order the 6th meeting of the 21st session of the Committee for the Review of the Implementation of the Convention to Combat Desertification. Distinguished delegates, I now invite the committee to turn its attention to Agenda Item 6, improving the procedures for communication, as well as the quality and formats of reports to be submitted to the Conference of the Parties, for which you have before you document ICCD/CRIC21/7 and ICCD/CRIC21/INF2. I would like to invite Mrs. Anja Tust from the UNCCD Secretariat to introduce the documents. Mrs. Tust, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to everybody. Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, after the 15th session of the Conference of the Parties, the Convention institutions finalized work relating to the reporting tools, ensuring compliance with past decisions, especially those taken by parties at COP15. Special emphasis was given to the requirements for geospatial reporting and a reporting platform that remains current and relevant to parties and is sustainable in the longer term. The PRAISE4 platform was first used in the 2022 UNCCD reporting process. The platform enables geospatial capabilities to support country parties in preparing and submitting their national reports. Some of the features in PRAISE4 include the pre-filled default data, sets for relevant indicators, a map interface and management console for geospatial data input, capability for uploading of alternative spatial data sets to replace default data sets, and a cartographic interface for visualization of templated maps. The 2022 UNCCD reporting process was influenced heavily by the COVID pandemic. The outreach and capacity building for parties was hampered by travel restrictions, which meant that face-to-face regional training workshops could not be convened. Thus, the Convention institutions, in consultation with the Bureau of the CRIC, decided to design and implement online capacity development activities. At national level, the pandemic created difficulties for parties, preventing them to initiate stakeholder consultations, crucial for validating data and information to be inputted into the reporting forms. Another challenge was the disbursements of financial resources made available by the Global Environment Facility through UNEP that delayed activities necessary to initiate the reporting process at national level. Finally, UNCCD reporting has become more complex with new indicators adopted by parties for SO3, for example, among other innovations. All these challenges prompted the Bureau of the CRIC, in consultation with the Executive Secretary, to postpone the deadline for submitting reports to the beginning of 2023. Despite all these challenges, and as can be gleaned from document ICCD/CRIC21/INF2, 126 UNCCD parties submitted their reports by the final deadline. All reports went through a quality assurance process completed by 24th of March 2023. With this background, I'm pleased to present to you document ICCD/CRIC21/7, which focuses on opportunities and challenges faced during the 2022 UNCCD reporting process. The document offers some conclusions on the outcome of the 22 national reporting process and proposes improvements for the next reporting round undertaken under the current strategic framework of the Convention. Together with our key partners represented here today, we are looking forward to receiving feedback and input from parties at CRIC21 and how to move ahead and prepare for the next reporting process scheduled to take place in 2026. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your presentation. As per the adopted schedule of work, we will proceed now with an interactive dialogue on this agenda item. With your permission, I will briefly outline the proposed conduct of the interactive dialogue. Following presentations of the panel members, I will open the floor for discussion. Distinguished delegates, I would now like to warmly welcome the panel members of this morning's interactive dialogue. Mr. Pablo Caza from Ecuador. Mr. Caza will present a summary of experiences made in reporting within the GRULAC region. Mr. David Payang from Cameroon. Mr. Payang will also provide a summary of experiences gained in reporting in the Africa region. Mrs. Ingrid Teich from VOCAT will present experiences gained in the provision of technical assistance for land degradation monitoring and reporting in a number of pilot countries. Mr. Ulrich Appel from the Global Environment Facility will present on GEF financing support to UNCCD in general and reporting in particular. Mrs. Susan Matthew from the Conservation International will present on Trends.Earth and price for interoperability. Distinguished delegates, allow me to give the floor to the presentation to our first panelist, Mr. Caza from Ecuador. Mr. Caza, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And many thanks to the Secretariat for giving me the floor and for creating the space for these very participatory dialogues. The purpose of my presentation today is to highlight a general vision regarding the reporting modalities and certain points that we all have in common. This is based on comments and suggestions which GRULAC countries settled on. It involved an internal consultation process with the distinguished delegations from GRULAC and my own country's experience of reporting. It's also important to mention that this intervention here will in some ways complement and add to the presentations which the distinguished delegations have made during this CRIC 21. And of course, we're talking about quite a high level of precision and specificity in statements. First of all, we'd like to highlight the importance of the Price report, which should not just be considered as a programmatic tool for the Convention, not just as a document which can be referred to for data on land degradation, nor is it a static process. That has been said on several occasions by delegations. It needs constant improvement for each of the strategic objectives. The Price is not just an academic exercise. We know that it does need precision and data in order to satisfy the requirements in data of all these strategic objectives, but this document is also a crucial pillar for the development of public policies on land degradation. It is equally important to recall that the Price report is a tool that enables countries to devise land degradation policies. Ecuador is about to do this through its first action plan against land degradation, which will very much be using the results from the next Price report as a scientific basis. Also, if we are to speak of rationality, the Price report helps us to underscore why land degradation is a global issue. It also helps us to have some estimates of financial needs, which is very important. That is intrinsically linked with the other point that is up on this slide, which is that of planning and sustainable management actions that need to be prioritized. So Here you can have a general overview of Ecuador's process to deliver its Price 4 report. As you can see from the screen, you have all the sub-indicators that make up the strategic objectives. For the sake of time, we were told that the Price report should only take into account those indicators which were mandatory for the report, leaving aside the voluntary indicators just because of time constraints, basically. To move on in the presentation, Ecuador sees planning for the Price report as being not only a very short period of time during which data needs to be generated for the report. We also consider that a 4-year time period actually helps us to reach certain agreements with other institutions, such as the Ministry for Agriculture, other institutions which are also involved in handling data related to social and economic and population matters. So it's not just a report that falls to the Ministry of the Environment. It is an undertaking that requires broad-based coordination with other institutions. Similarly, institutionalizing these processes at the level of each government is extremely important if we are to ensure the sustainability of this reporting exercise. With a 4-year planning period, one key aspect is that we're able to build capacities, not just within the Ministry of the Environment, as I mentioned, but also within other institutions that are also involved with this report. So that was the ideal process from our point of view that we had planned for our Price report. But because of matters relating to access to funding and also the deadlines for submitting reports, we ended up with a situation where the process only looked at 2 years for some of the activities that were meant to be covered. And that means that the comprehensiveness of the report is slightly reduced. This Price report was carried out in under 1 year, bearing in mind the difficulties linked to data and financial and human resources. Ecuador struggled in that respect to get the sufficient resources with which to provide this Price report. It's therefore very important for the next reporting cycle to take into account this range of actions and coordination that must go into the next report. It's important not only to generate global data, you need to also create enabling conditions in order to institutionalize the process and make it sustainable in the long run. Now, as I said at the start of my presentation, through an internal consultation process that took place within the GRULAC group, we were able to pinpoint some areas for improvement. 4 of them are up on the screen. There's the technological aspect, technical matters, questions of procedure, and also questions of finance. In this respect, we can see that regarding the technological improvements, the platform itself does not allow sufficient processing capacity to process high-resolution information. We're limited in terms of how fine and refined the data is. Also, we found that there were some arbitrary deletions or eliminations of information that had been uploaded onto the platform. Similarly, we highlighted as a best practice the fact that during this fourth reporting cycle, we benefited from the support and advice from the convention's experts. They helped on technological and technical aspects in order to help us do the reporting under each strategic objective. We think that this best practice of support and advice should be maintained. We hope that it will be maintained. And if possible, we'd like to increase the spaces for advice and feedback that our countries really need. Moving on to the technical aspects, there were some differences regarding limits that were presented on the platform, and there was a difficulty because some countries could not upload their own Limitrof information. That meant that their national report up on the platform didn't reflect the reality on the ground. Also, there was a lack of data for the various databases, in that the data available did not allow for a full picture of the great variability of the land in the Grulac region. These are aspects that should be taken into account if we are to have proper land cover categories which duly reflect the ecosystems on the ground. Still, under the technical aspects, it is critical for Strategic Object 5 to be reconsidered and revised. It should not be just a mere description of countries' financing needs. This strategic objective should ensure that countries can establish their financial requirements on the basis of the information obtained under the other strategic objectives as well. We're talking about degraded areas, about areas affected by drought. So we need a clear estimate of those financial needs. I'd like to highlight a really important point on financing. It is essential to guarantee the availability of the umbrella project resources. To be quite frank, most of the delays that my country's region experienced regarding the improvements to the databases, which were used for the reports, most of these delays were due precisely to a lack of available resources through the umbrella projects. That is why we would suggest ensuring that the availability of those resources does not happen at the end of the reporting period. Rather, those resources should be available beforehand, at least 2 years earlier. Having them available that much earlier would enable us to plan each and every improvement action, not just in terms of the reporting process, but also in terms of our institutions. On matters of procedure now, there are some issues, as I mentioned with my first slide, linked to the price process. This report should not be viewed as a mere academic undertaking. Rather, the price report should be considered as a tool which helps us to institutionalize and develop public policies on land degradation. Above all, it should help us to prioritize actions when it comes to implementing measures on sustainable land management. That is what I can say for my presentation, and I would now like to hand over the floor to my distinguished colleague from Cameroon. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. I give the floor now to Mr. David Payang from Cameroon. Mr. Payang.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. I am taking the floor on behalf of the Africa Group to make a presentation on reporting. At the outset, allow me to thank the Uzbek people for the very warm welcome we have been given for this CRIC 21. I'd like to commend the Uzbek people's legendary hospitality. My thanks also to all the staff of the Convention Secretariat for all their efforts and sacrifices through the support that they provide to our countries in the national reporting process. I'd particularly like to thank the Global Mechanism, as well as the Global Environment Fund and the United Nations Environmental Programme. Thank you for your support and very varied support for states parties and for African states in particular under Umbrella 4. Pursuant to its decision 11/COP15, the Conference of the Parties requested the Secretariat and the Global Mechanism to the Convention to provide improvements for the development of national reports on desertification. In accordance with the provisions contained in Decision 22/COP11, the Secretariat provided default data for the strategic objective indicators under the 2018-2030 strategic framework of the Convention on Combating Desertification. They also provided tools enabling the generation of geospatial reports. The Price4 format has been improved and fleshed out compared to its previous version. Regional consultants lent support to focal points through online exchanges and in-person contact. The experience of African countries is based on awareness raising among target populations on the ground. We have also organized working groups comprising representatives from various sectors, the private sector, civil society, and scientific research institutions. National consultants are recruited to collect data and analyze and synthesize the data. Following the submission of our reports, we found that the results were very mixed. This was for a number of domestic and external factors. 74% of African countries who managed to submit their national reports, that's about 3/4 of the entire African continent, actually marks a drop of 14% compared to the number of countries who submitted a report under Price 3. This regrettable situation is largely due to late funding or to a lack of funding for the reporting. Many Annex 1 states were unable to carry out the endorsement process through their national GEF focal points, which meant they weren't able to benefit from the necessary financial support. Moreover, appropriate measures were not taken at the internal level in some countries in order to carry out the reporting process. These difficulties are linked to a lack of organisation on the one hand, and also to the sheer scale of the land areas to be reported. It is worth noting that the areas to be reported are 3 or 4 times higher in some countries compared to in others. And so, despite a fairly disappointing participation in the Price4 reporting exercise, we can nevertheless highlight the following results. In terms of land cover, cropland has increased by 2.8% over the last 25 years, and areas under cultivation or have been cleared or scorched are considered as degraded land cover. In the same way, artificial surfaces are clearly on an upward trend. Regarding land productivity, there has been a drop in the stress levels here from 2 to 6% for the period that for the baseline period and for the reporting period, which are 2015 and 2019 respectively. The data shows that grassland and cropland tend to store twice as much carbon as tree-covered areas. Over the last decade, thanks to a lot of advocacy, various instruments of our convention and financial resources, which, although they haven't been sufficient, have helped. Our countries have made progress in terms of reforestation and efforts against land degradation and desertification. But this progress is at risk of being jeopardized in many parts of Africa because of the climate crisis, as well as the security and economic crisis, not to mention the very deleterious consequences this is having on food security and energy security and on our social context. In particular, we have a lot of migratory flows. These disruptions will mean that vulnerable populations will resort to practices that undermine what has been achieved so far. The next reporting period will take place in 2026, and it will coincide really with the mid-term evaluation of the 2018-2030 objectives. The next reporting period needs to be more rigorous and have more in-depth information if we want to get a better idea of forest ecosystems and improve agricultural productivity and bolster populations' resilience through innovative and inclusive initiatives. These must involve the private sector, civil society, and local communities. In order to do a better job with Price 5 at the country level, we need to ensure that there are working groups or scientific committees that gain greater capacity between now and then. We also need to work on realistic planning for data collection and national reporting in order to ensure that they are better taken into account in the Price platform. We must also set up a support mechanism that should include a technical workshop for each region regarding the launch of the process and capacity building. We also need a specialized technical committee comprising experts from the Secretariat, independent consultants, in order to provide support to countries throughout the process. Then we also should have a second technical workshop on the finalization of country reports. There should be seminars on the endorsement of national reports in countries before these reports are actually submitted. And also, there should be efforts to boost the financial resources available and ensure that they are available in a timely fashion so that these workshops and field visits and endorsement meetings can actually take place. Differences and divergences between countries must be taken into account. This is particularly true for the areas and the scale of the areas and how that affects the financial support provided. We should also facilitate access to default data while at the same time building capacities so as to enable countries to develop their own data with a higher level of precision and reliability. Emphasis should be placed on the soil carbon stocks. This requires tools and techniques for assessing the carbon stocks in order to promote projects and programs that can help make the case for funds and help us raise funds both at the national and international level. By way of conclusion, I'd like to thank the Secretariat once again and thank you all for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. I give now the floor to Mrs. Ingrid Teich from WOCAT. Mrs. Teich, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would like to also thank the UNCCD Secretariat for the opportunity to present good examples and the work we've done with different countries applying participatory approaches to report in a specific strategic objective 1 during Prize 4. Okay, so as my colleagues were presenting, many countries have common challenges for the reporting process. One of them is that default estimations usually are not representative of the reality that the national experts know that is happening in terms of degradation. There are also technical difficulties in those countries who do have national information, national land cover maps, national soil organic carbon maps, to integrate it into the report. And as it has been said during CRIC so far many times, there is not enough time to implement a proper interinstitutional participatory process, and many times resources were not available on time. There are many challenges, but these were some of the common challenges from the countries that we supported. But at the same time, countries do want to make a good process, a good report that produces relevant maps to them and within estimations and knowledge products that can be useful and consistent with the national knowledge. And countries also want to do these processes in a participatory, inclusive, and robust way, so that this can guarantee ownership of the results and consensus. So together with FAO, WOCAT, and WOCAT, we supported 6 countries during Prize 4 through our participatory process. The processes were very different in each country. For example, in Turkey, this was a longer process that lasted 3 years in the context of an LDN project. And many of the lessons learned there were applied in the other countries in cases like Bhutan, where the whole process lasted less than 2 months. And we were on a rush because we had to report, they had to report, but we could improve anyway the reporting in a very short time. So the general approach that we applied was basically facilitating a participatory process with diverse stakeholders which were not necessarily GIS experts. So this involved developing and co-developing tools that would help them make their decisions based on available information. So even if you were not a GIS expert, you could access, explore very easily and compare the different results, validate them, and integrate with national data. In particular, regarding the first sub-indicator, trends in land cover, there are many ways that it can be improved. For this, we developed, for example, land cover transition analysis apps, where, for example, in Colombia, we included the national maps of land cover, we included different ways of categorizing the land cover classes, and as well as global products of land cover, and the experts chose and compared and defined which was the most appropriate. So these are some of the results in terms of land cover. Panama, Colombia, Ecuador, they all use their national data sets, even though the years do not necessarily match the beginning and the end of the periods, but it was more important for these countries to use their data that they have validated. But I would like to draw the attention to, for example, Bosnia and Herzegovina or Bhutan that use the default data set. But they reclassified it differently, because for these countries, differentiating shrublands was very important. So I don't know if you can see it, but we have Bosnia there, and in the southern part, in the Mediterranean part, there is an ecosystem that is important for Bosnia to differentiate from the other 3 covered areas. In the case of Colombia, for example, they used 12 categories instead of 7. For example, including snow and glaciers, because the melting of these areas is a very important degradation process that they would like to monitor. In the case of Panama, for example, they included mangroves and many differentiated plantations, forest plantations, than native forests. Sorry. The transition matrix, again, A very important moment in the mapping of degradation due to land cover change is a moment where the different views and the different perspectives need to be part of the discussion, because not necessarily, for example, going from a grassland to a tree cover area is a positive change. This is what is in the default transition matrix, but through these discussions it was very it was intense and nice, but it was possible to find consensus from the different sectors and discussing which transition is positive or negative or neutral. In the case of the second sub-indicator, trends in land productivity, we know that there are many different estimations, that they produce very different results. And for example, this is in Bhutan, but all the countries did this exercise of comparing 5 different land productivity dynamic maps. This is it's a very important indicator. We have to pay attention to land productivity dynamics because it's the one that is responsible for most of the degradation that is usually reported. And the way that we found to improve this indicator in the countries was to produce these apps that also allowed countries to compare them. For example, in Bhutan, in the workshops, there were experts from the Ministry of Forests, the Ministry of Livestock. Each of them brought Department of Livestock, sorry, they brought information. For example, the experts on forest, they knew where forest fires had happened. The experts from the Department of Livestock, they knew where overgrazing was occurring. The same with mining areas and so on. So they compared the maps, they explored in those areas what the different maps were saying, and they chose which was the best model, the most representative model for their countries. This is a very simple example to exemplify what I was saying. So for example, we can see some areas with mining activities and forest fires, and the first map is showing degradation in those areas, and the second is not. So this is a very straightforward. Remember, in Bhutan, we only had 1.5 months or 2 months to do this, but it really improved the estimations of SO1 SDG 15.3.1 indicator. As a result, 4 of the 6 countries chose the WOCAT FAO land productivity dynamics, and 2 countries chose the trends.earth land productivity dynamics map. None of the countries chose the default one, and actually all of them found the default one the least representative of their reality. In terms of trends in carbon stocks, as my colleague said, there is a lot of work that could be done, but there are ways to improve also. For example, in Turkey, the country used estimated national conversion factors using national SOC maps, national land cover maps, regional land cover maps, sorry, and a national soil organic carbon map. In Colombia, they also used national information on salinization and erosions to set the baseline, and a model to model soil organic carbon potential of sequestration potential that was produced in the country with the Global Soil Partnership and FAO. So as a result, there were big differences between the default estimations and what the countries actually reported. This is one example. Colombia, for example, for the baseline, in the default had 7.6% degradation. And in the end, they reported 28, almost 29%. So there is an increase, and if we consider in number of square kilometers, this is a huge area that now is being considered degraded. And with the default information, it was not. The same with the reporting and the period, and the same for all the countries. Degradation was being underestimated with the default estimations. So to conclude, these processes allowed for inclusive, participatory, interinstitutional, multi-stakeholder processes versus individual or consultant-based reporting processes. which helped further develop capacities within the ministries, and the reporting process was used as an opportunity and momentum to further mainstream LDN in the different sectors of the countries, which is also one of the barriers to actually achieve LDN. Now there is a need to mainstream LDN further, and the reporting, an inclusive process and participatory process during the reporting is very helpful to do that. And also as a result, countries developed country-owned maps that they trust, tools that they consider useful, and that they will use to make decisions. So I would like to briefly say this. So we are going from, with the reporting process, we are going from a national to a global estimation of degradation. But here we were trying also to bring the local dimension and going from national to local to make decisions. So as you can see in the slide, here we have the reporting going one way and the achieving LDN going the other one. And what we did and what we think this is useful for is to put both processes in the same direction, linking the reporting process to the decision making by producing meaningful and relevant maps for the countries. This is an example. For example, Turkey developed an LDN decision support system where the results of the reporting process were included. This is a platform that anyone can use and can compare and integrate different indicators. And these results were used to produce an action plan, an LDN action plan, and actually map the response hierarchy of LDN to identify where to avoid, reduce, or reverse land degradation. This is the resulting map in the country, and this was also integrated with land cover data. So this process and these results were used to map where to do forest conservation, or where it is more suggested to do forest conservation, forest management, and rehabilitation, and so on. I would like to invite you also, if you want to know more, and today at 6 o'clock in Med 10, we have a side event where the countries themselves will present their insights and results. And that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. I give now the floor to Mr. Ulrich Appel from the Global Environment Facility. Mr. Appel, you have the floor.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I would like to start my presentation with what we have achieved together in the previous GEF7 cycle. GEF7 cycle was running from 2018 to 2022, and as we have reported to the last COP in Abidjan, a total of more than 1.2 billion of GEF resources were provided for 125 approved projects and programs, and we mobilized also more than 9 billion in co-financing for those projects and programs. In GEF7, $475 million were allocated to the land degradation focal area, and 100% of this funding was programmed. We did not leave a single dollar unutilized. In addition, 122 countries were approved between March to May 2023 for support through UNCCD enabling activities, which were, as you know, funded through 6 umbrella projects with a total amount of 13.2 million managed by UNEP. And we, in addition, as a complementary support, we funded the Global Support Program with the Global Mechanism that helped with capacity building for reporting, help desk, an upgrade of PRAISE 4, also the UNCCD dashboard, as well as we supported TransEarth to help with the modules for reporting with another 2 million project. And we used some of our set-asides for some strategic projects to support the IWG on drought, LDN fund, the technical advisory facility, supporting also the CSO community, continue to support the Great Green Wall Initiative and Abidjan Legacy Program, to name a few. Now let's talk right away about the enabling activity support. We are fully aware of the problems that we have encountered, and we try to supervise the project, and I think it's very important to understand that every partner understands roles and responsibilities in this process. And this has to go hand in hand for the process to work. The GEF has to provide the funding, the GEF agency has to disperse the funding to the countries, and the countries also, they have to make sure that they provide the letters of endorsement and follow the procedures to enable this disbursement. In addition, the Global Support Program with Global Mechanism has to provide the necessary technical support through capacity building, through the regional meetings, through the Praise for upgrade, and so on. And we need to make sure that the executing partners at the regional or national level that are involved in the process also help to facilitate this process. And again, so the funding was available before the COP, and we need to discuss when we come to the exact data, what was based on data provided by my colleagues from UNEP. So what really resulted in this process was that cash was advanced to 90 countries. And we still have 9 countries in process for the current reporting period. And 23 countries are still pending, which means that these countries were not responsive after they provided the letters of endorsement, were not responsive in following up the further administrative procedures like entering into a grant agreement and providing the necessary details for the funding disbursement. And as you know, that's the total of the 122, so this is the status in the last reporting. And from Jeff's perspective, the lessons learned and recommendations. First of all, I wanted to say the recommendations that also Pablo and made for the GRULAC and for the African group, that I'm fully supportive of these recommendations. And from Jeff's perspective, we also want to commit to an early provision of funding for the 2026 reporting. And I've also fully agree with the recommendation to provide this funding upfront. Our donors to the GEF have already deposited this funding in our trust fund, so it is available. And we can make sure that we can provide this in this cycle upfront to the countries. And the level of funding, we have slightly more available than in GEF7, so we can increase maybe by 20–25% to take into account inflation and of course also the new indicators that need to be reported on. We also would like to involve additional GEF agencies in the enabling activity implementation. We would like to continue, of course, to work with UNEP, but also involve other agencies, FAO and other agencies, based on their regional comparative advantages and capacities. We should, of course, make sure that the agencies have the capacities to deal with this process. We also would like to continue the support of the Global Support Program with a new Global Support Program with the Global Mechanism to provide the necessary capacity building, help desk, and support in this process, and involve additional capable regional executing partners continue to work with WOCAT. These are just some examples we can discuss with OSS, with the Partnership for Integrated Sustainable Land Management, the PSLM. And of course, country ownership is key. The national focal points really need to cooperate well also with the GEF operational focal points in their countries and involve capable national executing partners. Allow me also to remind you of the resources that we have available in GEF 8 in total. The replenishment process that was finalized in 2022 resulted in an increase in the funding available to the GEF Trust Fund of $5.33 billion. You see here in the graphic that it has increased compared to previous cycles. And also the country star allocation levels have increased, and they were released in July 1, 2022. This is on our website where you can look up the star allocation that has been allocated to the countries. And specifically for the land degradation focal area, there are in GEF 8 $618 million available, and this is a 30% increase compared to the $475 million that we had available in the GEF 7 cycle. Now, again, the GEF 8 cycle runs from July 2022 to June 2026. We are already in the process of programming the funding. We are on track. We have programmed almost 30% of the available funding already. And we have to utilize all the available funding until June 2026. For the land degradation focal area, I wanted also to provide the breakdown of those 618 million. So most of it, 74%, 458 million. Mitigation, land degradation, and biodiversity. And we have set-asides available, which includes the UNCCD enabling activities that I mentioned for 23 million global regional set-aside programs, and there is funding available for the integrated programs that we have in GEF 8, and many of those integrated programs have a relation to land. For example, we have the ecosystem restoration integrated program, we have the food systems integrated program, the critical forest biomes integrated program. So many of those programs have a relation to sustainable land management and to the UNCCD implementation. Now, it's very important to know in GEF 8 that the funding is fully flexible, that countries can decide and make their priorities. The land degradation, climate change, and biodiversity funding in STAR is fully flexible. It can be used in integrated multifocal area projects, and countries can also set their priorities if they wish to use their STAR allocation for example, addressing drought mitigation, helping to implement national drought plans. They can fully use this funding towards these objectives. And again, very important, this funding is managed by the GEF operational focal points. So a cooperation at national level is very important to decide on the portfolio, decide on the priorities in each country together with involving all the stakeholders. Finally, my last slide, just as a reminder what we set out to do together in GEF 8, the land degradation focal area objectives and goals. The goal is to avoid, reduce, and reverse land degradation, which is, of course, the achieving LDN. And we want to mitigate the effects of drought. And the major objectives are to achieve sustainable land management, invest in landscape restoration to address the DLDD issues, particularly in drylands, but of course not only in drylands, because those issues also are almost experienced globally in all countries. And we want to help further improve the enabling policy and institutional framework for land degradation neutrality. And this strategy has an increased focus on land-based interventions for drought mitigation. We want to be responsive to the COP decisions that you have made in the last COP to show that we are responsive to these decisions and want to provide a further focus and emphasis on drought mitigation. And we have, I mentioned before, also the support for UNCCD activities, and these are on top of the STAR allocation. So these are not funded by STAR, but on top we provide this enabling activity support. With that, I hand back to the chair, and I thank you for your attention and look forward to the interactive discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I give now the floor to Mrs. Susan Matthew from the Conservation International. Mrs. Matthew, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, representatives, and panelists. Good morning. It's an immense privilege for Conservation International to be on this panel, and it's an honor for me to represent Conservation International for this particular session. Today, I'm going to present some of the work that my team has been working on for about 6 years, and also some exciting upcoming additions that we are working on with UNCCD. A little bit about Conservation International. It was launched in late January 1987 by a group of conservation experts in Washington, D.C. Building upon a strong foundation of science, partnership, and field demonstration, Conservation International empowers societies to responsibly and sustainably care for nature, our global biodiversity, and for the well-being of humanity. We imagine a healthy, prosperous world in which societies are forever committed to caring for and valuing nature for the long-term benefit of people and all life on Earth. CI works to spotlight and secure the critical benefits that nature provides to humanity. Since our inception, we have helped to protect more than 6 million square kilometers, which is 2.3 million square miles, of land and sea across more than 70 countries. Currently with offices in 29 countries and 2,000 partners, many of us in this room. Our reach is truly global. And the most important part is in November 2013, CI became one of the first nonprofit organizations to be accredited as a Global Environment Facility Project Agency, which has helped us in our work on land degradation. This is just a map to quickly show where our presence is, all the way from Seattle to New Caledonia. A little bit about why Conservation International started working on land degradation. Quite early on in our conservation journey, we understood that nature does not need people. People need nature to thrive. While we were actively trying to understand and manage conservation efforts across the globe, we quickly realized that our efforts to conserve flora and fauna was in fact closely related to how quickly land degradation was progressing. So in late 2016, we started piloting the application of Earth observation products and geospatial analytical tools for assessing land degradation. We ended up supporting a couple of countries in reporting these indicators of land degradation as well. Trends.earth, the platform that many of us are talking about, was developed as an output of one such land degradation monitoring project. A key recent development has been that in November 2022, we were able to sign a memorandum of understanding with UNCCD, which just puts the pen to the paper and helps us work more effectively. Of course, we all know that Trends.Earth is a free and open source tool for monitoring indicators of land change and drought vulnerability. It also supports the calculation of SDG indicator 15.3.1 based on the latest analytical methods, which were documented in version 2 of the good practice guidance for SDG indicator 15.3.1. It also supports the analysis of geospatial data for the calculation of indicators used to track the progress towards strategic objectives 2 and 3, again, based on the good practice guidance for national reporting on UNCCD strategic objective 3. We also have a guide and a tutorial and an email for troubleshooting many of the issues that quite often countries and other users of Trends.Earth come up with. Please do feel free to email us if that is something that we can fix at our end. I quickly wanted to highlight how Trends.Earth and Praise4 work together. As we know, each country zone is pre-populated with spatial default data from various global data sources. Trends.Earth allows you to pre-process this data and import it to Praise. Trends.Earth also supports the integration of globally available data with nationally or locally available data and allows parties to customize the methods used to account for local conditions. A quick look at how this focused efforts have helped in interoperability with Praise4. In line with the decision 11/COP.14, Conservation International has further enhanced and expanded Trends.Earth to meet the needs of the 2022 UNCCD reporting process. The efforts were focused on, for example, preparing the default data for all the geospatial indicators for the 196 parties and helping that to pre-populate the national reports. Establishing a standard data structure format for UNCCD national reporting that allows the default data to be automatically transferred to Praise4. And of course, creating a Praise4 file upload tool so that the Trends.Earth GSON files could be uploaded to the platform in a single zipped file format. Simple efforts, but definitely make a sea of change. One of the other efforts that was looked at was also enabling parties to correct the default calculation of SDG indicator 15.3.1, both in Praise4 and Trends.Earth. Because the results may be counterintuitive due to false positive or false negative outcomes. We were also able to provide parties with a tool to be able to identify, to define a national land cover legend for reporting on indicator SO11 and uploading supporting spatial land cover data sets. This table is very interesting because when we were looking at the information that we got, Trends.Earth helped country parties to apply harmonized methods and evaluate alternative data options so that the most appropriate one could be used on specific national circumstances. In fact, most country parties that reported on land productivity and soil organic carbon used alternative data products available via Trends.Earth. In the Trends.Earth file, 36 countries included a custom raster file for land cover, which also resulted in the same amount of custom soil organic carbon raster files as these two indicators are interlinked. The analysis, of course, presented in this table shows that more countries imported custom raster files to Praise4 via Trends.Earth than via direct upload to Praise4 This reflects the added convenience, in the Trends.earth zip file upload method as it auto-populates the national report with the custom spatial data sets. The next steps, what we are looking forward to integrate in Trends.earth, of course, with support from UNCCD and guidance from all the guidelines that we are putting together, for example, this meeting. We are looking forward to facilitate the process of publicly documenting the data structure of the Trends.earth UNCCD whole reporting data package, so that we have an open ecosystem of tools for countries to use for national reporting in 2026. We are also keen on addressing the critical technical issues that have been raised during the 2022 reporting process as a priority. We are again looking forward to conduct a formal requirement analysis for improvements and enhancements, so that the future reporting is a bit more sustainable. We are also looking forward to integrating the software with other relevant third-party applications to enable improved data sharing. Another key aspect of what we are interested in as the future of Trends.earth is working across the 3 sister conventions. Conservation International is pleased to share that we have been recently selected to lead the GEF 8-funded Ecosystem Restoration Integrated Program. This just happened in December 2022. These are the countries that are being shown on the map. The program will generate multiple durable global environment and socioeconomic benefits by applying integrated and innovative approaches to restore degraded ecosystems. As you can see, the countries that are supported by the program are 4 in Latin America, 4 in Asia, 12 in Africa, and Uzbekistan is also one of the countries in this program. As part of this ecosystem restoration integrated program, what we have come to the conclusion is Trends.earth in itself has been a key analytical tool contributing to the success of SDG 15.3.1. We are very keen to build on the successful collaboration between UNCCD and Trends.earth. So our intention is to further incorporate ecosystem restoration integrated program relevant spatially explicit indicators, for example, hectares under restoration intervention, so that we can take advantage of the number of countries and users that have already been trained or have used the tool to officially report to Rio conventions. Of course, we acknowledge that to accomplish that, it will be necessary to build interoperability links that allow the flow of spatial data from the ground to the ERIP global projects, as well as to the other conventions. And we also acknowledge the presence of other partnering platforms, including FIRM, Barometer, Restore, for many of these Rio conventions. We look forward to working with country parties, civil society representatives, and most importantly, the communities to create a thriving future for our children. That's all. Thank you for your patience. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you for your presentation. Distinguished delegates, I now invite delegations to engage in a general discussion on the presentations that were made. Delegates wishing to take the floor are invited to raise their flag. I would like to remind speakers to keep their statements brief and concise in order to allow all those who wish to take the floor the opportunity to do so. Are there any delegations wishing to take the floor under this agenda item? I give the floor to the representative of Democratic Republic of Congo. You have the floor.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. The Democratic Republic of Congo would like to thank the government of Uzbekistan for a very warm welcome for all participants. We'd also like to thank the Convention Secretariat for the preparation of this meeting. Regarding Price 4, the DRC had set up a working group to develop the report. However, the working group was unable to conclude its work because of a lack of funding, so our report was not submitted. For now, our country is considering following a participatory approach in order to get a better mapping of land degradation. The development of these maps will be facilitated by the planification of land use. This planning has already been done using the available spatial planning tools that have been developed at different levels of our land governance, namely our national policy, the national roadmap, the local plans, the simple land management program. These are the various tools that we have for land use planning and management, which should enable us to draw up a better map of land degradation. That map will then help us have reliable data on land use. Thank you.
Thank you. I give now the floor to the representative of Argentina. You have the floor.
Gracias, señora.
Thank you, Madam President. As we have already said, the main problems that we faced lay in the late disbursement of funds for the eligible activities under the GEF for preparing the report. We also faced problems relating to mapping. These were of a technical nature, but there were also substantive issues relating to our sovereignty. Moreover, we decided to not accept the use of global default data, but to work on all indicators with national and official data. This was done through a process to which multiple institutions and experts and bodies contributed. We did so convinced that Argentina has competent national teams available in prestigious institutions who should rank above the global databases. We also considered that the national reporting process should be seen by countries as an effort to shore up the relevant stakeholders' capabilities on land degradation, desertification, and drought. The submission of the national report through alternative channels sets a precedent for the non-use of virtual platforms that present incongruities or which contradict our official national-level data. The report has recently been submitted in format, and we hope that its results will be considered in future data analysis by the Secretariat. We would like to note that it is crucial for the national reporting process to be meaningful at the national level. It should mobilize all involved sectors, and it should also include collective consultation. This will help us to truly implement the Convention on the ground. It is not enough to simply use global data in order to report on regional and global scales. This can, of course, be done, but it is also necessary to ensure that that doesn't happen to the detriment of national processes. We should also consider improving the quality, quantity, modalities and timeline of the trainings provided to countries. In Argentina's case, we were unable to make the most of these because the trainings we received were delivered before the operational funds had actually been dispersed, so we didn't have our consolidated teams set up. We would suggest in the future that organizations with expertise, such as WOCAT, should be directly involved in the webinars that are scheduled for each region. This could also help promote better articulation between the national level and regional level reporting processes. We'd like to highlight the good cooperation from the regional representation of the Convention and the Secretariat's team. They were always ready and available to help us find solutions in the face of the difficulties I've just mentioned. In particular, as regards the recommendations in the document presented by the Secretariat, we don't support what is said under A2, as we have said already. We believe that appropriate funds and resources should be allocated for strengthening and improving national data, which truly reflect the issues on the ground and which can serve as a sound basis for preparing territorial policies that have a real impact against desertification. And these should be based on better land management and neutrality of degradation. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of European Union. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, distinguished delegates and representatives, panelists. The European Union and its 27 member states would like to thank the Secretariat for the continuous efforts made to improve the reporting process, as it is an essential component of the implementation framework of the UNCCD. We consider that the full set of data found on PRAISE 4 is extremely valuable for underpinning decision-making processes. Therefore, we encourage parties to make use of this information. Furthermore, we would like to highlight the importance of the default data provided by the Secretariat in collaboration with technical partners, which has been essential for the last reporting cycle. The EU and its member states acknowledge that the information gaps caused by the fact that some parties did not submit their national reports hamper our ability to conduct a proper global assessment. Thus, we encourage parties to strive to report consistently in the next reporting cycles. However, we don't think that the default data of parties that did not submit a national report should be included in the official synthesis and analysis presented to the CREG. Parties should always explicitly validate default data for it to be considered on the same level as the data in the official reports submitted. We support further progress to improve the reporting process. To this end, we should strengthen the coordination and partnership with the OECD, international statistical offices, and other data collection agencies, and cooperate with non-development assistance committee OECD member countries, as they have an increasingly important role in development cooperation. Consistency with Rio markers would also help to systematically identify financing related to the implementation of the UNCCD, and allow for the mainstreaming of this information into the reporting process. In this regard, we would like to invite the UNCCD Secretariat to explore opportunities for cooperation with the OECD on further development of indicative tables for the Rio marker on desertification. We emphasize the importance of gathering and reporting quantitative data on the financing of UNCCD implementation. For this reason, we would like to ask the Secretariat to provide guidance to parties on the reporting of national expenditures and other national budgets. We believe that we need to continue improving the PRAISE 4 reporting platform, the reporting guidance, and the data analytics tools. Consequently, we welcome the launch of an analysis to identify possibilities for improvement of these instruments. Moreover, we appreciate the work of the Trends.Earth developers to adapt it to the needs of the UNCCD reporting process and invite Conservation International to continue enhancing this tool, especially regarding the possibility to upload national data into trends.earth. We welcome the capacity building support provided by the Secretariat and the organization of further capacity development activities for the next reporting cycle. In this regard, we consider that online webinars and e-learning courses have proven to be cost-effective and convenient, and therefore, we encourage their use as the default option for future capacity building activities. We also believe that we need to make an effort to avoid time extensions of the reporting period that preclude the allocation of the required time to the technical review and the quality assurance process. Therefore, amongst other things, we need to ensure that parties requiring financial support receive it on time. We suggest delimiting the forms on Praise 4 regarding the information that should be provided by affected developing parties, and non-affected parties, as for some indicators this is not clear, in particular for Strategic Objective 5 and the implementation framework. Moreover, we believe that in the future Praise 4 should allow parties to submit supporting documents containing qualitative and quantitative information regarding additional indicators as in the previous reporting cycle. In relation to the improvement of the reporting process, we also suggest enhancing the report format in order to assist counterparties in the certification-related data sharing and also to transform the reports into effective communication and awareness-raising tools for informing decision-making processes and communication activities. Finally, the EU and its member states would like to thank parties for their efforts in preparing the reports, and the Secretariat and the Global Mechanism for their work to support parties throughout this process. Chair, panelists, distinguished delegates and representatives, thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, distinguished delegates. As this is my first time speaking, I want to express sincere gratitude to the government and people of Uzbekistan for their hospitality in hosting this CRIC 21, and also to the UNCCD Secretariat for their splendid organization of the meeting. St. Vincent and the Grenadines thanks the Secretariat for the report. The presenter from Ecuador summarized what we in GRULAC experienced during the reporting process. However, I want to emphasize the concern that the pixel size of the land analysis geospatial data does not effectively represent the land data in our small islands. For example, land cover descriptions, including such information as unique and endemic species habitats. Also, soil carbon data needs to be improved. I want to also express gratitude to Jeff for funding and to the UNEP for supporting the process. I want also to express our thanks to the Caribbean, as a Caribbean city, to the Partnership Initiative for Sustainable Land Management, PISLM, for the excellent support as they served as the executing agency, ensuring that the capacity was there to do the reports. This can be a good model to use in other SIDS. Madam Chairperson, I thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Ukraine. You have the floor.
Madam Chair, distinguished colleagues, first of all, allow me to express our gratitude to the government and people of Uzbekistan for the possibility to take the floor here in Samarkand. Distinguished delegates, the ongoing illegal law by Russia against Ukraine is ongoing. The Russian armed aggression is affecting every aspect of our lives, including the environment. Without doubt, this is having an impact on our environment and livelihoods. There are rare flora and fauna that are being wiped out in protected areas. And this is affecting not just Ukraine, because it has a negative impact on the entire European region and the world. As a result of the shelling, millions of hectares of forest are burnt, and we have lost around 30% of our forest cover. More than 200,000 hectares of our land have been polluted with unexploded mines and shells. Land resources and habitats, including those home to endangered species, are being destroyed. We have more than 2,500 cases of ecological damage that have been registered. Russia's aggression has led to the public prosecutor investigating many cases, 14 cases of ecocide, and we have also investigated multiple cases as being environmental war crimes. Russian occupiers when they explode the dam is a severe crime as well as an ecocide and a tool of mass destruction. We call on the international organizations and international community of environmental defenders and politicians to include this in their agenda. Russia's aggression against Ukraine, at a very conservative estimate, has dealt a blow to our environment of more than $5 billion. There are 10 Ukrainian national parks that are under Russian occupation, 8 with specific protection. The war is ongoing in Europe, and this is posing a major threat to the world and will lead to long-term environmental issues. We must find a common solution to these environmental dangers caused by the aggression. Otherwise, there can be no return to normal, stable life, and the traces of war will be felt for a very long time on the lives of people and our water and our environment and land. We are sincerely grateful to all countries who are helping us in these difficult times to restore our ecosystems, but to do so we will need resources and technologies. This is not just a problem for Ukraine, it is a challenge for the entire civilized world. We are convinced that there will be a time when peaceful Ukraine will prevail and when morals will not be trampled over and covered in blood. We hope that we will one day be free of all the shells and other traces of warfare. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of St. Kitts and Nevis. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. St. Kitts and Nevis thanks the Secretariat for the report. Thanks to the presenters for their presentations. We would also like to thank the GEF for providing funding for the reporting process and UNEP as the implementation agency. St. Kitts and Nevis lends support to the comments given by Ecuador and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where they presented the situation and experience by the member states of the GULAC with regards to the prize reporting process. We echo the sentiments for time. We echo the sentiments for timely funding support for the prize for reporting period. We, the Caribbean SIDS, had an established coordinating mechanism via PISLM, which was greatly instrumental in facilitating the reporting process and made the process quite easier for member states. The PSILM, as executing agency, must be commended for their excellent work that enabled Caribbean SIDS to submit or report in time, despite the tremendous limitations that we were faced with. They, as a model, is one that should be emulated by other SIDS. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of United States. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And we thank the panelists for these extremely helpful presentations. Having decided ourselves not to use the default data sets and significantly underestimated and under-budgeted the time and number and diversity of individuals and institutions that are required to report with alternative data sets, we are particularly encouraged by the success of those countries that worked with WOCAT LDN. We also struggled to reconcile inconsistencies among the different sources of documentation and technical support, and ultimately resorted to directly contacting Conservation International, which developed Trends.Earth tool. A number of excellent recommendations have been made. We would like to add one, which is that all guidance documents for reporting on SO1 should be developed by the same institution that provides the tool or tools for generating the indicators. Furthermore, any technical support should be provided by that same institution or by an institution such as WOCAT that has a high level of technical expertise rather than by independent consultants. We also do not believe that the default data for parties that did not report should be included in official UNCCD reports, reiterating a point made by another party. Our hope, of course, is that the next round of reporting will be simpler and therefore require less technical support, and we are confident that the quality of the default data will continue to improve. And we again thank the presenters for their extremely informative presentations. Thank you.
Thank you for a statement. I give now the floor to the representative of United Arab Emirates. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank the UNCCD Secretariat for its effort in preparing this document, and we appreciate the efforts and ongoing work to improve the quantity and quality of the reports put forward. Under our efforts to report progress in the implementation of the strategy more accurately, unfortunately, the UAE has faced a number of challenges while preparing the report, some of which were presented in other presentations, for example, how to turn the information into cooperation between the stakeholders, and the integration of information in Paris has been very complex and time-consuming. In conclusion, we commend the efforts exerted in the preparation of the report. Such challenges shed light on the need, as a number of parties have pointed out, for ongoing training and support, and to mainstream the system in order to absorb the different capabilities of all countries. Madam Chair, the UAE is fully committed to reporting progress achieved in achieving the objectives of the Convention, and is working in earnest to overcome such challenges. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Peru. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. And thank you to the panelists for their presentations. Peru would like to thank the Secretariat for the preparation of the report on improvements to communication procedures, as well as for the quality and format of national reports. We welcome the possibility of having international consultants, in order to address difficulties during the reporting period. For Peru, it is crucial to make improvements to the process of national reporting. This has already been said this morning. We believe that Price4 is a very useful tool. However, in light of our experience, we would recommend a number of improvements. As regards Trends.Earth, there should be improvements aimed at increasing its processing capacity in order to avoid delays in the obtention of results. We should also work towards standardizing the metrics used for geoprocessing. We are aware that a number of countries found some limits with Trans-Earth. Therefore, it would be a good idea for the developers to compile the various comments that have been received in order to improve and bolster these tools. Regarding the process of land degradation assessment under 15.3.1, we would suggest ensuring comparability between countries. To this end, we should establish technical criteria for defining and standardizing the mapping scales and the minimum mapping units in order to ensure that the data is comparable between countries. Therefore, we would request there to be guidelines developed in order to improve the standardization of metric scales at the regional, national, and local level. Moreover, we would suggest using teledetection technologies. We think this could help integrate, process, and interpret satellite imagery data. Regarding the funds that are allocated to support activities and the disbursement of these funds, we do recognize that the report admits that there were difficulties. Countries' commitment was very high. That's why, despite a lack of resources, very often national efforts meant that the goal was achieved, although not in the very best conditions. It's important to make it clear that the disbursement of funds must be expedited in the future. In particular, we could consider tying the reporting timelines to the state of progress of disbursement in order to ensure a better quality of reporting. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Nepal to speak on behalf of Asia Pacific Group. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. Nepal is pleased to present this statement on behalf of the Asia Pacific Group. I extend my sincere thanks and appreciation to the people and government of Uzbekistan for their warm hospitality. At the outset, the group would like to thank the Secretariat and the Global Mechanism for producing the document on this agenda item, compiling the issue across the entire reporting process. We also welcome the recent launching of the UNCC Data Dashboard and acknowledge the work of the Secretariat and partners in bringing the dashboard into life. Madam Chair, as we said before, many factors have challenged our parties with regard to reporting, including the complexities of methodologies, deficit in default and national data, issue with timely funding support, human capacity, and many more, leading to approximately 58% reporting rate from our region. For reporting on strategy objective 1 to 4, many parties of the Asia Pacific Group opted to use the default data, where national data was unavailable. We consider national data set to be the more accurate in most cases and welcome the choice to replace the default data. The use of national data set was not without challenge, with parties sharing their experience of difficulties with the definition of indicators, complexity of methodologies, and new changes introduced to PRAISE 4. For the Asia Pacific Group, consideration is needed for improving the integration of national data sets into the next PRAISE, simplification of methodologies or inclusion of flexibility in indicator definitions, and to strengthen the capacity of parties to collect the relevant data at the national level. Madam Chair, we understand the rationale for recommendation D in the document to utilize default data for the various indicators for parties that did not submit a national report to combine for global analysis. However, there are concerns from many parties within our region as the current default data presents such significant inaccuracies as to render the data meaningless. With that view, we would therefore recommend that for parties that did not report, the use of default data as replacement will still require verification and approval by parties. Madam Chair, some parties in our regions that utilize the national data sets experience challenges in using trend.earth, particularly for calculation of SO1 and SO2, which have been shared with the Secretariat. In this regard, the Asia Pacific Group fully supports the recommendation G and H. Madam Chair, the Asia Pacific Group greatly appreciates the measures taken by Secretariat and the Global Mechanism to support the capacity building of parties for the national reporting process. The technical backstopping experts were extremely useful in supporting parties working through their indicators and along with the other resources providing such as online trainings, e-learning videos, and help desks. We strongly recommend that these are also provided as a part of the 2026 reporting cycle and therefore support recommendation I and J. In addition, the return of in-person capacity building activities at the regional or sub-regional level should also be included. The recommendation on the establishment of communities of practice would be helpful and a platform for ongoing engagement of technical experts at the regional and sub-regional level to share experiences, challenges, and lessons learned. Madam Chair, the significant delay between the commencement of training in national reporting and the approval and disbursement of enabling activity funding to eligible country parties was problematic and was the biggest barrier that prevented some of our parties being able to start compiling their reports. Many parties were not able to submit their reports by the extended deadline, and in fact, some parties are still today in the process of receiving their first fund disbursement. This gap needs to be addressed to ensure alignment of the 2026 reporting cycle and GEF funding disbursement and remove this barrier. Madam Chair, this is the third reporting cycle utilizing the umbrella program modality, and in our view, the experiences of accessing enabling activity funding support has progressively worsened. In this reporting cycle, while there have been delays from the side of both the implementing agency and parties themselves, this has not been helped by the lack of direct communication between the UNEP and UNCCD national focal points in some cases, or between the national focal points and national GEF focal points in others. The Asia Pacific region would therefore recommend to the GEF that access to UNCCD enabling activity funding be reviewed to provide more options to parties, including the possibility of direct access modality. We would further recommend that communication regarding UNCCD enabling activities should also include the UNCCD national focal points in addition to the GF focal points. Madam Chair, we are currently in the process of midterm evaluation of the UNCCD strategy, and meetings such as this CREEC and others in the coming years provide us with an opportunity to also look ahead, to evaluate indicators, results, and the stories they tell, to think about how we measure the status of implementation of our convention so that we can draw a new strategy that is progressive, responsive, and effective to address the urgent environmental issues of desertification, land degradation, and drought. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your kind attention.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Haiti. You have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the Haitian delegation, I would like to thank the representatives of Uzbekistan for this incomparable hospitality and for facilitating the carrying out of CRIC 21. I would also like to congratulate the Secretariat for its very important report. At the same time, I thank UNEP for technical support and JEF for financial support. At the outset, I believe that this is a truly priority event today for Haiti. In carrying out our report, we have had many difficulties in revision of data through PRACE, but we have PISLM in the Caribbean, which has provided excellent technical support for our report. I believe many countries could also follow this very useful initiative in terms of experience and results. Madam Chair, I would like to thank you once again for this opportunity to speak. And I second what the colleague from Ecuador said and thank him for the information on PRACE. In the process of reviewing data by filtering, we reviewed information on carbon sequestration, terrestrial ecosystem, soil productivity, and forest cover. We worked with QGIS software and Trend Earth and FAO WOCAT. We launched operations in a buffer zone of 1.5 kilometers, and we found that the data reviewed under FAO WOCAT were validated in specific terms. They gave a better idea of the level of land degradation in Haiti. We would be very much interested in cooperating with the PRACE databases, but we would like to have greater detail at the local level. Yes, global data are very useful, but we do need national and local data for comparison and to adapt them to our national priorities. Thank you for your attention, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Australia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for the very interesting and informative presentations on the UNCCD national reporting today. It was really good to hear about all the work being done by Conservation International on TransEarth and also the financial support being provided by the GEF. Australia acknowledges the huge amount of great work that's been done by the Secretariat for the 2022 reporting cycle. However, we do note that there have been some challenges faced by the Secretariat and also country parties during this process. From Australia's perspective, we found that the Praise for Reporting platform was user-friendly and its capability to allocate access to multiple users was very helpful. In Australia, the various land degradation indicators are managed by different governments and organisations. Having that multiple user access enabled all parties to be involved directly in the reporting process. The platform's geospatial capability, consisting of a map interface and a management console, was also useful in allowing for the visualisation of geospatial data. The support provided by the UNCCD through their international praise consultants and the e-learning tutorials were also very helpful. I was pleased to note that other countries have also found these tutorials and consultancy help useful. Australia also appreciated the very quick review provided by the UNCCD's reporting support expert before we submitted our national report. Due to resource constraints in 2021 and 2022, Australia was not in a position to verify or replace the default data provided by the UNCCD in Praise for the 2022 reporting cycle. Our approach was to accept the default data and then provide commentary on whether the data aligned with Australia's land degradation status. So we provided a number of caveats which highlighted some of the risks of relying on the default data sets. For the 2026 national report, Australia is working towards creating a baseline national data set that will help us verify the UNCCD default data and provide a more accurate picture of the status of land degradation in Australia. We've set up an intergovernmental working group with other government agencies and states and territory governments to progress this work, and we're already starting discussions about what data sets we can use for the 2026 reporting cycle. In reviewing the report, we are broadly supportive of the recommendations that are proposed by the UNCCD to improve the UNCCD national reporting for 2026. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of St. Lucia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank the members of the head table and delegates as well. On behalf of the St. Lucian delegation, I would like to firstly thank the Secretariat for the report, as well as the presenters for their presentations. We would like to thank the GEF for funding the process and UNEP for their technical assistance. Madam Chair, St. Lucia would like to reiterate the presentation by our GRULAC colleague, Ecuador, and the interventions by other GRULAC and Caribbean SIDS with regards to funding for capacity building and the use of the default data for reporting. We feel the need to once again highlight the special situation of SIDS as countries which are most vulnerable to the impacts of the changing climate and as countries known to possess high levels of biological diversity. Though we are countries with large marine areas, we are generally small land masses. Therefore, the impacts of land degradation is particularly acute. The loss of 1 hectare of land would be equivalent to a larger country losing several square kilometers of landmass. We would like to highlight the work done by the Partnership Initiative for Sustainable Land Management, PISLM, in helping to coordinate the efforts of Caribbean SIDS, meeting their PRAISE 4 reporting requirements, and suggest that other SIDS could benefit from a similar coordinating entity. I thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Armenia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, panelists, for very informative presentations. On behalf of the Ministry of Environment of the Republic of Armenia, I would like to thank UNCCD Secretariat and all respective bodies for providing continuous support for reporting system. Desertification is a global environmental problem, includes the integrity of undesirable processes and their consequences that occur in environment, resulting in reduction of the biological capacity of the area and land degradation. On our way to reach land degradation targets, the assessment of trends of land changes is very important, and reporting and PRAISE 4 are powerful tools globally. The information contained in the report covers different areas, which at the same time are closely related to each other, and low quality of separate data is affecting the overall assessment. Thus, I want to emphasize the importance of having more accurate and reliable data on national level. The Republic of Armenia is a mountainous, landlocked, small country where 4 climate zones and subzones exist. The geographic conditions brings additional complications for monitoring changes and trends on the field and establish good data sets. In light of this, the efforts of UNCCD and Global Earth Observation to create a very well-established platform where different countries can meet best expertise in the field, extend knowledge and share experiences is highly appreciated. I would like to take this opportunity and thank Secretariat and GIZ for giving our country team the opportunity to be involved in GeoLDN initiative and part. Yeah? Okay. I would like to take this opportunity and thank Secretariat of UNCCD and GIZ for giving our country team the opportunity to be involved in GeoLDN initiative and participate in Global Forum in Cape Town just a week before CRIC 21. Considering the fast development of technologies, further cooperation is vitally essential. I would encourage Secretariat to extend the current capacities and enable countries' involvement in GeoLDN. It will help developing countries to have knowledge and access to technologies. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of China. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the beginning, I wish to thank the Secretariat for its support on the reporting and on the setting up of the expert teams. We also support the statement by Nepal on our group, on our region. We wish to make 4 points. One, we recommend to ensure sustainability and continuity of the data. We noted that the submission rate in this cycle is low. As far as China is concerned, we started the reporting in 2021. We organized an expert group, and we have 18 agencies and social organizations involved in the reporting. However, we find that there was a major difficulty in the reporting because there were major changes in the indicator system, which required a huge amount of organizational work. We hope that in further refining systems or indicators, we should take care of the continuity of the data so as to ensure comparability of the data across years. And also more time should be given to parties to improve their capacity to submit the data and so as to gradually refine the assessment system. Secondly, we must stress the principle of data sovereignty. We have noted that relevant parties have discussed the use of default data set. We wish to stress that on the one hand, we need lots of time, energy, and capacity to verify or validate default data. However, on the other hand, we find that the relevant default data set is hugely different from what is true on the ground, and there are errors as well. So we do not recommend the automatic use of default data set. We prefer that the countries should decide whether to use default data set according to their domestic conditions and to validate the data. We also recommend that in the data reporting part, a few preset data names can be offered for parties to choose from those names to generate a data sheet. Fourthly, we need flexibility in the data reporting format. At the present, there's a rigid format requirement on the platform. Any non-compliant data has to be submitted through an attachment. Given the differences in capacity of countries, we recommend that on the form of data reporting part, a few preset data names can be offered so as to allow parties to choose from those data names according to their national conditions to generate a data sheet. Fourth point, the statistical concept or scope should be defined. In China, we use the land area of desertified land under monitoring and survey in the country. That is, we use the proportion of desertified land in the total monitored area. So this ratio will be more scientific, more accurate in reflecting desertification. So given the major differences in natural or geographic conditions of countries, we recommend that the scope or concept of statistics can be adjusted by countries according to their national conditions. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Ghana. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished delegates, we thank the panelists for their highly educative presentations. I want to thank Jeff for their continuous support to the various focal areas. Madam Chair, if you look at the allocation, you will see clearly that the land degradation focal area is not well catered for. They might have their reasons. And I remember since Turkey, we've been calling for an increase in the land degradation focal area, support for that area. And incidentally, we have a target to meet by the year 2030, which is some few years away. It is so worrying. What we know is that the land is the mother of all this. You restore land, your biodiversity is assured, you sequester carbon, you take care of climate issues. Africa has that huge potential, not only in Africa. I can say that the whole of this world. And so it will be very appreciative if Jeff can explain why the biodiversity focal area is somehow relegated to the background. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Russian Federation. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our delegation is exercising its right of reply. We listened with surprise to the distinguished diplomat from the Ukrainian delegation, who clearly confused this event when making such political statements. The United Nations does have the Security Council and the General Assembly to make such statements. In this session's agenda, there is no place for political discussions and statements. There are always wars ongoing everywhere, but nobody ever thinks of raising this topic under our agenda. Clearly, the Ukrainian agenda has decided to poison the atmosphere of cooperation at our CRIC meeting, which has been organized with such wonderful hospitality by the government of Uzbekistan. We do not intend to respond to the utterly mendacious accusations made towards Russia, but we do have things to say in response. Our delegation categorically opposes the politicization of environmental issues. We came to Samarkand not for political discussions, but to work together with all countries to work on matters under the Convention. We would like to call on you, Madam Chair, not to allow any political statements or any statements falling outside the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Iraq. You have the floor.
Good morning to all. For Iraq, we were not able to put maps for SO1 because data were in default, not national, and we also had limited financial and technical resources. In spite of all the challenges previously mentioned, especially with regards to Objective 3, we were able to submit the third report of Iraq for 2022. We have maps for land degradation, sand and dust storms in accordance with national data and indicators. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Cook Islands. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Cook Islands wishes to commend the Secretariat and the General Mechanism for the high level of support provided in the recent Praise for reporting system and continued efforts to improve this process. We also thank the panel members for their informative presentations this morning. We further wish to extend our gratitude to the Global Environment Facility and United Nations Environment Programme. Despite the challenges and shortfalls that have been well covered throughout our discussions, which the Cook Islands also experienced, our reporting efforts would be further limited without their support. So whilst we recognize areas that can be continually improved, we wish to acknowledge the importance of their role in supporting country parties and also accept our own party responsibilities in this process. We commend Ecuador in the planning processes outlined for national reporting that were presented and support their position in terms of ensuring funds be made available much earlier in reporting periods. As such, we welcome and celebrate the commitment from the Global Environment Facility Secretariat to provide early provision of funding in the 2026 Praise 5 reporting cycle. While we collectively identify the challenges faced in the reporting cycle, we also feel it's important to acknowledge what worked well to ensure this is carried forward into the next reporting period. We therefore encourage continued use of tools offered during the Praise for reporting cycle, including online tutorials, e-learning modules, webinars, and the help desk, which we found to be very helpful resources. Furthermore, we wish to express our support to the comments made by the distinguished delegates of our fellow SIDS parties, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia, and St. Kitts and Nevis, in terms of facilitating improved soil organic carbon data and accuracy of spatial data at smaller scales, as well as capacity building in small island developing states. We continue to experience challenges in providing accurate data in this regard, impacting our abilities to report effectively, meaningfully, and in a timely manner. Looking ahead to the next reporting cycle, the Cook Islands has identified opportunities to capacity build within our national GIS user group, which hosts GIS users from across the different government ministries and agencies, many of which have roles within sustainable land management. We hope this will provide more robust national data and capabilities to contribute to our national reporting in the next cycle. Madam Chair and distinguished delegates, we thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Guyana. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of Guyana, I wish to thank the government and people of Uzbekistan for hosting this conference and for their warm hospitality. I wish also to thank the Secretariat of the Convention for their efforts to make the various reports available and for providing technical support and guidance. We are also grateful for the funding by Jeff to prepare the report and GRULAC for its excellent coordination of our group at CRIC 21. Guyana acknowledges the points made by Ecuador at the head table and wishes to give support to the statement made, as well as those made so far by other members of the head table and our sister Caribbean countries. Guyana, like many other countries, experienced delays in funding and had difficulties with the quality of the default data provided. We were very happy to have PILSM on board, which enabled us to present our report on time despite the challenges. PISLM continues to provide coordination at this CRIC 21. For this, Guyana would like to express its gratitude. We know that there is a lack of spatial data in small island countries, and even if present, are outdated in fragmented forms, are located within multiple institutions in a country, and in formats sometimes not suited to be used with modern technology. This is a huge and costly challenge to small countries, which lacks technical and financial capacity. Guyana would like to incorporate its national data sets into its report. Time and capacity did not permit the preparation and validation of this data, since the country-level data comes from various sources and is presented in different formats. We are aware that the creation of a national geospatial portal will greatly enhance the quality of reports. Guyana recognizes that geospatial data and technology are very relevant to the land agenda and support to small island countries in this regard will improve the quality of reports. Guyana notes that in February 2021, the UNCCD became the 37th member of the UN Geospatial Network, the coordination mechanism of the Committee of Experts on Global Geospatial Information Management, the UNGGIM, set up in 2011 to strengthen the coordination and coherence of geospatial information within the UN system. Guyana is indeed happy that the presence of UNGGIM has been acknowledged in this report. Guyana is currently receiving technical support and guidance from UNGGIM Americas towards the modernization and development of its spatial data system, with inputs in geodetic surveying, mapping, remote sensing, land management, and cartography using open source software. This will enable the development of its national data sets, which will ultimately improve future reports through the use of national data. I thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Chad. You have the floor.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. I cannot thank our host country enough for the quality of their hospitality. I'd like to start by thanking Jeff as well for his support. Such support is crucial for our activities. Chad developed its national report in the face of huge difficulties. And other countries have explained these difficulties very well. And in fact, the representative of the Africa Group also put them very nicely. I'd like to thank the experts of UNCCD for they provided us with tremendous support during the drafting stage of our work. And we really believe that they are more than up to the task. For the future, my country would like to benefit from capacity building for georeference data. For future reports, we would appreciate significant support to develop our national data. We faced a lot of difficulties when trying to quantify the carbon stocks both at the ground surface and below ground. In future cycles, we would also appreciate it if the reports could show greater flexibility and if trainings could be in person. This would help us master the techniques better. By way of conclusion, Madam Chair, my country accepts the various comments and recommendations made about our report. And we hope that in the future, all stages will be improved. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Turkey. You have the floor.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Turkey is glad to see that the efforts we have made in advancing our national reporting process have been already useful to other countries and regions. Our report, and particularly the strategic objective 1, was a culmination of a 3-year process supported by the Global Environment Facility GEF funded Land Degradation Knowledge LDN project. Through this work, Turkey has learned invaluable lessons that we are enthusiastic to share and exchange with other nations. Especially in preparation for the forthcoming reporting cycle, we would like to emphasize the importance of short knowledge agents and the pivotal role of collaborative learning among nations. We would like to note that
我们想指出，土耳其遇到了一些难点，就是在默认数据方面。
我们低估了土地退化，与我们的将这种模式数据集纳入报告系统，Presley 里面需要有不同的专家共同合作3年，这强调了跨部门合作的重要性。此外，我们要强调需要建立一个扎实的国家报告程序，因为他们 这个程序产生的成果啊，不仅在国家一级是很宝贵的，同时在次国家一级也是一样宝贵的。在土耳其创建国家土地退化中性决策支持系统 LDN-DSL， 以及一个全面的土地退化中性行动计划，这两个工具很有用。这些倡议将国家报告的结果与其他相关的指标结合起来。这样呢，我们所采用的方法和努力就有针对性、有目标性，那就是实现土地退化的中性。国家报告进程应该与其他相关的国家进程挂钩，以保证决策是基于证据的。同时呢，这种程序的成果还能指导投资、土地使用规划和优化资源的使用。谢谢。感谢您的发言，主席说。下面我请乌拉圭代表发言。
Thank you, Madam Chair. Uruguay would like to thank the Government of Uzbekistan and the Secretariat for the organisation of this meeting. We also welcome the presentations from the panellists today. We'd like to underscore one of the questions that was raised by one of the earlier panellists in connection with the interpretation of the conversion of pastures to forests. The conversion of pastures to forests is one of the forests to pastures, rather, is one of the major causes of biodiversity loss in our countries. One of the causes is the planting of forests for commercial purposes. This means that land is used in a way that is indivisible, and indigenous forests are undermined, and the change of land use from grasslands or pastures to commercial forests is negative. So we would like to suggest that the recommendations include the development of technical criteria that suggest how we could tackle this type of conversion so as to complement or revise current reports and contribute, therefore, to improving synergies between the Convention, in particular between this convention and the Convention on Biological Diversity, as has already been suggested here. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Venezuela. You have the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to publicly express our gratitude for the support received in the preparation of our report. We'd also like to commend the panellists on their interventions. Venezuela recommends keeping the training program in the Trans.Earth platform because it is essential in order to get the necessary data for the indicators under SDG 15.3.1. Therefore, getting more detailed analysis for the guides should be obtained through seminars and other academic initiatives which could help us improve the data used for calculating the indicators so as to better gauge the progress achieved, and this applies for strategic objective 1 and 2. Moreover, Trans.Earth should use the available data and evolve with it and allow parties to upload data to reflect local conditions. We should also consolidate databases and national data generation so as to allow for scientific progress on the various indicators. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Kenya. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to start by thanking the presenters for very insightful presentations. Madam Chair, Kenya recognizes the value of national reporting for supporting the review of the convention implementation. Madam Chair, however, we observe that there are still some challenges with the national reporting processes. We therefore call upon UNCCD Secretariat to continue supporting Member States to address the national reporting challenges. Further, Madam Chair, we welcome the support provided by various development partners in supporting this important activity of the Convention. We particularly welcome with appreciation the support offered by GF in national reporting under UNCCD through the GF agencies like UNEP, Madam Chair. We therefore urge GF and other development partners to continue with the support and, where applicable, consider increasing the support, Madam Chair. Finally, Madam Chair, we encourage parties to consider completing the national reporting to get a better outlook of the Convention implementation as well as the land outlook. We also call upon Member States for exploring regional and global partnership for experience sharing in national reporting where applicable. Madam Chair, His Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Guatemala. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor today. I'd like to begin by saying that in Guatemala, a small country with scarce resources, a developing country, it is very important to benefit from financial support from the Convention so as to manage to curb land degradation and the negative impacts of drought. It's also essential for us to achieve in the midterm significant progress towards land degradation neutrality, especially in the regions that are inhabited by the most vulnerable populations of my country. That is why it is important to develop a national report that compiles data that reflect the reality on the ground. We need first-hand and frontline information so as to plan actions that will help us achieve the objectives set. However, we had no choice but to use the default data from the platform because we don't have official national data for most of the components. It is also important to underscore that developing countries such as ours should be provided with effective tools, including significant financial resources and access to technology, because without this wherewithal, it will be very difficult for our countries to meet our obligations in a timely fashion. However, with a lot of effort and dedication, in recent years, we have been working with different sectors of our population and different institutions, measures to raise awareness in order to foster behaviors that allow for better harmony between people and nature and ensure that we can benefit from our environment in a sustainable and healthy way. Unless immediate actions are taken, future generations will bear a greater cost. They will see their social economic growth impeded, and as a consequence, this will have a negative impact on the human development of our entire country. At the social level, therefore, there must be individual and collective commitment to defend and protect our natural resources and improve sustainable land management. Guatemala is particularly interested in promoting actions geared towards boosting populations' resilience in the face of climate change and at diminishing the impacts of human action on natural resources. This, for instance, should be reflected in the loss of agricultural land and water resources and prolonged and more extensive droughts. Finally, we should understand that despite efforts made at the national level with the support of key national stakeholders, much still remains to be done. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Congo. You have the floor.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. I'd also like to thank the government of Uzbekistan for its very warm welcome to all participants. My gratitude also to the Convention for organising this CRIC 21 here in Samarkand, a very hospitable city. Madam Chair, by way of information, Congo is part of the Congo River Basin, which is the second largest river basin. We organised a summit last month of the 3 world river basins, the Asia-Pacific one, the Amazonian one, and the Congo River Basin. The motto was to do more to protect forests, rivers and biodiversity. We'd like to thank the GEF for its financial and technical support to parties under the Convention. Regarding the submission of the Praise for report, my country was unable to complete its report due to a lack of funding. Nonetheless, we have established a socioeconomic and biophysical database which sheds light on all the degraded areas in our country. Regarding the recommendations, we encourage GEF to make adequate financial support available for reporting purposes. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Lesotho. You have the floor.
Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, allow me to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Republic of Uzbekistan and the people of Uzbekistan for their warm welcome and hospitality, for making our stay here in Uzbekistan a warm one. I would also like to extend my greatest thanks to the UNCCD Secretariat for the organization of a successful CRIC 2021 session with the Republic of Uzbekistan. Lesotho wants to submit its strong support to the statement made on behalf of the African region by Cameroon on praise for reporting and on significant progress observed in the fight against land degradation, desertification, and drought, and on the capacity building needs to enable intensive geospatial data assessments. Madam Chair, I also believe the allocation of funds to land degradation thematic area, which is much lower than those of the 2 other areas, needs to be increased, as the 2 thematic areas cannot be achieved on a degraded ecosystem, and improvement on land restoration is easily indicated by increase in biodiversity. Moreover, various land restoration initiatives are part of climate change adaptation and mitigation. Madam Chair, I would like to reiterate again on the notion of Africa on timely availability of resources on capacity building to enable countries to develop their own national data for reporting with integration of default data. Madam Chair, I wish to end my statement by highly acknowledging the continued support by UNCCD, GEF, and other partners in assisting parties in producing quality national reports. Thank you, Madam, for this opportunity given to Lesotho.
Thank you for your statement. Distinguished delegates, we have run out of time. I still have on my list the following requests for the floor: Food and Agriculture Organization and civil society organizations. We will continue consideration of this agenda item, including the replies of panelists and the UNCCD Secretariat, this afternoon as of 3 p.m. The CRIC contact group will meet immediately after the adjournment of this meeting in Mat 8. This meeting is adjourned. I call to order the 7th meeting of the 21st session of the Committee for the Review of the Implementation of the Convention to Combat Desertification. Distinguished delegates, I now invite the committee to continue the general discussion under Agenda Item 6, improving the procedures for communication as well as the quality and formats of reports to be submitted to the Conference of the Parties. I have on my list the following delegates who requested for the floor during the morning session: Food and Agriculture Organization and civil society organizations. I give the floor to the representative of Food and Agriculture Organization. You have the floor.
For the opportunity to address the plenary. Thanks to the panelists for their presentation and to the Secretariat for the report and interactive dialogue. Under the Prize for Reporting cycle, FAO and WOCAT had the opportunity to support 6 countries using a participatory, interinstitutional and multi-stakeholder process. This methodology co-developed with WOCAT, with support from the Global Environment Facility, builds upon country-owned data, decision support systems that have proven useful beyond the reporting process. FAO believes that developing long-term capacities for LDN monitoring within the parties is essential to improve the achievement of the 15.3.1 target and the successful implementation of the Convention. Madam Chair, looking towards the future, FAO believes that empowered countries will enhance also South-South cooperation activities for the benefit of the reporting process. With our partner, FAO is ready to continue supporting the parties in their reporting process if they so wish. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to Mrs. Nahid Nakhizadeh from non-governmental organization Senesta, Iran, to speak on behalf of civil society organizations. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. My name is Nahid Nakhizadeh, and I work for the NGO Senesta in Iran. Civil society organizations would like to emphasize on the importance of reporting, not only in order to better communicate and engage key stakeholders for urgent action, but also to support decision-making. The reporting rate during 2022 reporting cycle was lower than the previous one. It is extremely important that countries reserve this trend by embedding UNCCD reporting into their ongoing national processes of land and environmental management. The 2022 reporting process faced several challenges, and we would like to propose the following improvements for future reporting processes. Ensure appropriate, simpler, and expedited funding for enabling participatory reporting processes, including funding for supporting national data generation, the integration of land degradation information that is already being produced by different state and non-state stakeholders, face-to-face training, and South-South cooperation. Ensure the efficiency of the reporting through enhanced planning, which must consider the launch of the process, technical review, and political adoption in a timely manner in order to ensure ownership, engagement, coordination, and inclusion of all key stakeholders, while ensuring the integration of information from other national processes and synergies between reporting to Rio Conventions and SDGs. Civil society organizations, indigenous peoples and local communities, women and youth, and relevant stakeholders must participate in the development of national reports, as they are full players in the implementation of the Convention, and they should be among the beneficiaries of training initiatives to enhance effectiveness of reporting. Furthermore, parties must generate narrative reports that include quantitative and qualitative information, which could be developed by a national group of experts, including CSOs and relevant stakeholders. User-friendly templates are also required for effective communication of reports to key stakeholders. We call on parties to include our recommendations in the CRIC 21 report and to incorporate these key elements in the decisions to be taken at COP16. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your statement. Russian Federation, I have noted that you have requested the floor again. If your intervention is in relation to the technical matters on agenda item 6, please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before you wrap up this agenda item, our delegation would like to say that we are against the inclusion of any political statements that are completely unrelated to the agenda in the report of the work of CRIC 21. We cannot turn an official document of the UNCCD into a means for transmitting completely mendacious information. There is no consensus for including political statements into any report, be this the minutes or the report itself or the addendum to the report or annex.
Thank you for your statement. I thank you all for your statements and interventions. Some questions were raised during the discussions, and now I would give the floor to the presenters to respond. Starting with Conservation International, Mrs. Matthew, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of points that were raised by the parties. So first, starting off about the zip file upload method. Of course, the zip file upload method was proved useful, but we understand because it's two really complex systems, PRAISE4 and Trends.Earth, so there were chances of human error. But like I mentioned in my presentation, we are very keen on enhancing the capacities that Trends.Earth right now provides, and hopefully in 2026 reporting period, this is something that we are going to work on as well. Another point was about working on the technical aspects and technical help that was needed for Trends.Earth. Again, this is something that we are working with the UNCCD help desk. In fact, most of the questions have been related to technical and login issues, and Trends.Earth related questions have been at the third ranked. And of course, the help desk features, which helps country parties, we would strongly suggest them to use that facility, primarily because it helps in it helps to resolve these issues through bilateral calls where, the issues can be reproduced and, of course, work through the solutions as well. Another point that was raised was about the processing capacity. As we know, QGIS plugins are supported by different Python scripts. This is also something that we are working to enhance, hopefully in 2026 reporting period. The processing time will vary depending on the server usage, size of the area, the data sets the resolution of the data sets, and of course the capabilities of the computers that are being used. Nevertheless, your wish is our command. We will continue enhancing Trends.Earth as UNCCD Secretariat and as well as the country party comments come in, especially after this reporting period, we will try and address all the comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Matthew. Turning to the Global Environment Facility, I call on Mr. Appel to respond on issues related to funding. Mr. Appel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I note with appreciation the acknowledgement of Jeff's support that was made by many delegates. And I also take note and appreciate the comments and recommendations that were made by the distinguished delegates that pertain to the Jeff and Jeff's responsibility in the process. Many delegates have made the comments and the recommendation for the timely availability of funding. This is duly noted, and I wanted to reiterate our commitment in the 2026 reporting cycle to make the funding available as early as possible and as an upfront investment to help you to prepare the next reporting cycle. I also take a note of several very concrete recommendations that I will bring back to the Jeff Secretariat in Washington, D.C. to work on, and especially also the recommendation by many of the delegates from the small island development states on the involvement of the PSLM and other concrete recommendations, also especially from the Asia-Pacific group. So this is all duly noted. On the concrete questions from distinguished delegates from Lesotho and from Ghana on the funding level of the land degradation focal area, I wanted to also say that this is noted also for future discussions on already when it will be coming to the next funding cycle. But I wanted to say that the land degradation focal area is of course not the only funding window to address issues on land and to help implement the land degradation neutrality targets and the UNCCD agenda. As the delegate from Ghana rightly said, the land is like a mother of all the cross-cutting issue, and many of our integrated programs and many of our other funding windows also invest on land, and we have in the past always been able to mobilize and to leverage additional funding beyond the land degradation focal area for the implementation of the UNCCD. And as I also mentioned in my presentation, this is the priorities of the countries are taken into account because the STAR allocations are flexible and can be used according to the country's priorities. So I am very optimistic that also in the current Jeff 8 cycle we will be able to make much more funding available than only the land degradation focal area, and we will be reporting on this, of course, on the next COP. This is all from my side. Other questions on financial issues like the disbursement, I hope that later the colleagues also from UNEP can respond to those comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Appel, for your responses. We have had a few interventions on the funds that were made available through umbrella projects for national level activities supporting reporting. Since those funds were made available through UNEP, I would like to give the opportunity to respond to those comments also to the representative for UNEP here in the room. UNEP, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for the opportunity you're giving us to address to the parties and to exchange on the reporting process. Before I respond to some of the comments raised by parties during this session, I would like first to really thank you, the CRIC chair, the UNCCD Secretariat and the Global Mechanism for the collaboration we had during the reporting process, because this is the first time that UNEP and the JEF, as supporting the process, has been engaged from time to time in the discussion, even on the setting the date of the reporting process. This has really helped, and we have been providing with the CRIC chair and the UNCCD Secretariat the information related to the fund transfer. I think it has been very, very efficient, and we like to commend you for that and to appreciate this excellent collaboration. Secondly, in response to the issue that we raised, we really, as I mentioned during my statement the first day, recognize all the issues related to the funds transfer, the delay that the country has experienced, and we are really committed to discuss with our management and see how this can be very well streamlined. We are convinced that there's room for improvement, and we are going to go for that. And as my colleague from the JEF Secretariat has mentioned, as soon as we receive guidance from the parties on what should be the next reporting cycle in terms of the technical content, we are going to engage immediately to develop the project document that will help us to mobilize the resources from the JEF Secretariat. As you know, we have to produce a project document submitted to the JEF through umbrella project that will mobilize the resources. So as far as we have been informed on what is going to be the next reporting cycle in terms of the content, we are going to put together the project document and try to access the funding from the JEF Secretariat and start disbursement in time as it is has been requested. So we are really committed to that, and we would like the collaboration of mostly the country parties in this process, because, as you know, some of the issue of the delay are related to the financial procedure, the financial standard, which we also try to see how this can be streamlined and facilitated, as our JEF Secretariat colleague also have advised us, and also as what we hear from the European Union on how this process can be streamlined to facilitate access to the resources. We will discuss that, and we think in the next reporting cycle it's going to be possible. Secondly, on the issue that was raised related to access to funding for some parties because of either the national challenges, either because of the capacity, or either because of the procedure of accessing the fund from international organization, I would like to reiterate the experience that many countries from Caribbean has mentioned to you, maybe to clarify what is exactly about it. The Caribbean have agreed that PISLM, as one of the executing entity in the region, submitted the request for the entire countries. So instead of us having 12 agreements to transfer the fund, we had only one with PISLM. We put all the money for the 12 countries, transfer it to PISLM through the agreement we signed with PISLM, and PISLM work with the country individually to support them to do the activity on the ground. It has really facilitated in terms of speeding up. I think PISLM has been one of the first executing entity that received the resources from us, because the process has been very well stimulated. So I think I encourage parties that can do so to really think about how this can be done and reduce the burden to you and to us also in terms of producing the documentation. And also we had the same experience with OSS, who is actually supported Tunisia, supporting Tunisia, and also Seychelles, and are doing very well. So there's this kind of good practices that we want to share with the parties. Those countries that need really to go in that route were available, and also PISLM and the OSS are available to explain to you how it's work, and we from UNEP were ready to encourage and support this process, because one of the interests of that approach, it provides a regional approach to the reporting process. So all the country in the region or in the agreement, they work together and they receive almost the same type of support from the executive entity, and that makes it easier for the reporting process. So once again, I would like to reiterate the commitment of UNEP to continue working with the parties, the UNCCD Secretariat, the global mechanism, to support this process, and we are really open from all the, advice and the recommendation that can help us to make the process streamlined and for efficient and timely reporting to the convention. Thank you very much.
I give now the floor to the representative of Mexico. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I would like to express my gratitude for the process that led to funding for the preparation of national reports, so from the GEF, from the Global Mechanism, and UNEP as well. Thank you for channeling resources directly to countries. However, I would like to suggest that the GEF work with other institutions other than UNEP so as to make sure that support is provided to all countries in a timely way if the GEF can't do so itself. For instance, in Mexico's case, the first payment was received on the 28th of February, which was the deadline for the submission of the national report. So it was fairly difficult to understand why the funds couldn't be dispersed sooner. Also, to date, we have still not received a second payment for the 30%. And we've been asking for the second payment for months now, but we've not really had a response. You know, I've been writing every month, but I haven't received a response. And so for us, that reflects the lack of capacity to meet all countries' needs. We need either more institutions or the possibility for each country to select which institution it works with, because we don't want such a situation to repeat itself, and we do hope that in the future the reporting system will be improved. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. Turning now to WOCAT, Mrs. Tay, you have the floor to respond to issues raised relating to capacity building.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to first note with appreciation the acknowledgement from the distinguished delegates from Argentina and the United States of America of our efforts and success supporting countries with their reporting through participatory processes, and highlighting the importance of South-South cooperation in the regions. And we would like to mention that we are exploring options to upscale this approach. Regarding what the distinguished delegate from Uruguay mentioned in terms of the importance of interpreting the data and the processes, and we would like to say that indeed this has been one of the main concerns and keys to the success, being able to facilitate this better understanding of the options that the countries have, so that
then they can focus more on the political sides of really discussing and reaching consensus among the different sectors. We would like to address also the statements of the distinguished delegates from China, United States of America, the European Union, and other parties such as Nepal and Armenia, of the importance to validate and develop methodologies and guidelines to validate the data by the countries, especially in terms of land productivity dynamics. We have already proven a methodology to do that, and we are willing to keep refining it and upscaling it. Regarding the comment, what the distinguished delegate of Haiti and Venezuela, regarding the importance of the work at FAO, LPD, and parameterizing methods in Trends.Earth, I'm glad to say that we are working with Conservation International on including the option to parameterize this method within Trends.Earth to give more possibilities to adapt the analysis to the local conditions. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Day. We have also heard comments from other parties on their experiences gained in reporting, and I would like to invite our representative from Ecuador to respond. Mr. Caza, you have the floor to provide your final comments.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. I'd like, at the outset, to thank delegations for their comments, and in particular the GRULAC countries. On our side, we welcome the active participation of the countries of our region in the consultation and discussions that we held in the run-up to the CRIC and during this session. We see that we have many challenges in common, which can be tackled as a region, but there are also some specific issues related to the particular circumstances of individual countries. We hope that the Secretariat will take all these recommendations into account, especially in order to improve the reporting process. All of the GRULAC countries stand ready to pursue discussions with the Secretariat in order to improve the reporting process and to ensure that the data generated is ever more robust, so as to better inform decision-making and the adoption of public policies in our countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caza. I invite now the UNCCD Secretariat to address some of the questions raised on the prize portal. Mr. O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Firstly, to address the European Union suggestion of delimiting the forms on Praise 4 to delineate clearly what is expected of countries that are developed parties versus affected developing parties and non-affected parties to report. We think that is possible because when a country logs into the system to report, they are immediately given access to their national reporting space. And since we know the status of those countries, we should be able to configure the system to only show the forms that they are obliged to report on. So we look at the feasibility of that, and thank you for the suggestion. Now, there's been a lot of comments on the default data, and I would just like to remind the parties that we provided to parties as a courtesy, and primarily to increase the reporting rate, and we think it certainly does. It is only to be used only if there is no alternative at the national or regional level. And it is, of course, optional. Having said that, I made some interventions in the SO1 session where I talked about improvements that may be coming down the line and ready in time for 2026 reporting in terms of some very promising free and open land cover data sets at high resolution in the 10 to 30 meter domain, a feasibility study that we are conducting with our colleagues at the GeoLDN flagship in terms of what it takes to acquire high-resolution imagery for our Caribbean and Pacific SIDS, since it's a very technical and data-intensive exercise. And in soil organic carbon, we see our technical partners using artificial intelligence-based methods to predict soil carbon both in space and time. And there's some really useful data sets coming out of that research and development. Finally, I'd encourage parties to please use the surveys that we've been highlighting through our presentations to give us feedback, and you'll find them in the conference app under CRIC 21 information. With that, I conclude my intervention. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I thank the UNCCD Secretariat. I would now give the floor to the representative of Mauritius. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Allow me to join other speakers on thanking the government of Uzbekistan, the people of Uzbekistan, and the Secretariat for the hospitality and the arrangements made for this quick meeting. As an island state of around 1.3 million people, it is challenging for us to seek solutions and implement those solutions in a proactive, or at least on a timely manner. It is safe to say that we are among the most vulnerable in the wake of climate change, land degradation, and biodiversity loss. Whilst there is much support from several international agencies and regional ones, reporting to the several conventions and commitments become a burden due to the small administrations we have to administer national affairs and international commitments. We know that SIDS in the Caribbean, with the help of a PISLM, are moving ahead in a more organized manner and provide adequate support at close quarters to those SIDS nations in the area. We believe that in a world where communication technologies can connect countries, experience sharing can become a reality at a low cost, especially in a South-South cooperation logic. Learning from other regions would also help us catch up with the Caribbean SIDS as we share our experiences. It would be ideal if some commonalities of reporting from other conventions be made coherent for ease of reporting for small islands like us. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your statement. Distinguished delegates, the committee has thus concluded the general discussion under agenda item 6, improving the procedures for communication as well as the quality and formats of reports to be submitted to the Conference of Parties. Further discussions will continue in the CRIC contact group. Distinguished delegates, I now invite the committee to start consideration of agenda item 3, financial flows, strategic objective 5, for which you have before you document ICCD/CRIC 21/6. I would like to invite the Managing Director of the Global Mechanism, Mrs. Louise Baker, to introduce the document.
There we go. Again, thank you, Madam Chair, distinguished delegates. This document contains the synthesis and analysis of the information reported by country parties on Strategic Objective 5. Strategic Objective 5 is related to the mobilization of financial and non-financial resources to support the implementation of the Convention. The 14th session of the Conference of the Parties, through Decision 11, requested Global Mechanism to improve the reporting template and revise the indicators. The updated reporting template was used by the parties in the current reporting cycle. In this refined system, the country parties provided information on 5 progress indicators for SO5. 4 of which have quantitative components, and 1 of which is exclusively qualitative in nature. Finally, the report provides a set of conclusions and recommendations on the status of activities related to SO5, such as a needs assessment, for the consideration of parties at the upcoming session of the CRIC. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Baker. Distinguished delegates, I would now like to open the floor for a general discussion on the document presented under this agenda item. Delegates wishing to take the floor are invited to raise their flag. Speakers are requested to keep statements brief and concise so that I can give the floor to as many speakers as possible. I will take all comments and then give the floor to the Secretariat to respond. I give the floor to the representative of Egypt on behalf of the African Group. You have the floor.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I'm honored to give my interpretation on behalf of the African Group. And let me take the opportunity to congratulate the Secretariat and Your Excellency for the achievements that have been made in the CRIC 21 up right now. Madam Chair, the African Group has considered an additional financial resources concern that is centrally to the decision on the Strategic Object 5. Specifically, the African Group would like to raise a point on ensuring that this convention process has available the financial resource needed for ensuring effective provision of scientific knowledge in its deliberation on policy matters. One important tool for that is to allow the science and technology correspondents to participate at the COP during its entire duration, instead of just 1 week. In this regard, the African Group would like to ask committee to include in its report of this session and in the subsequent appropriate draft decision, a text reflecting our group request to ensure the availability of resources for the participation of STCs at each COP during the entire duration. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Argentina. You have the floor.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chair. We thank the Secretariat for this document and the presentation, and we particularly are grateful to the Global Mechanism. This is a really good synthesis done on the huge amount of work that's been undertaken, particularly by yourselves. We believe it's key to focus on resource mobilization of financial and non-financial resources, both substantive and additional, in order to comply with this vital objective for the implementation of the Convention, as well as establishing national and global associations. In paragraphs 12 and 13, we see that most of the bilateral resources come from a very small number of donor countries. Thus, Argentina and countries in our Latin American and the Caribbean region could be considered, given their efforts and their actions and their needs as developing countries. We encourage greater mobilization of funds to implement the Convention in my country and in countries in our region. Our challenges are reflected in the analysis of the indicators reported for the strategic objectives, particularly SOs 2 and 3. We appreciate the conclusions that have been reflected, particularly on the evaluation of needs, the needs assessment, and we are aware that states parties need to provide information on 5 progress indicators under the relevant SO. One of them is qualitative, and here we would highlight the sustainable land management and technologies and approaches as were highlighted in the relevant documents in COP15. The other documents are quantitative in nature. We appreciate the work that's been done, and we highlight the pending challenges under the Convention so that parties can improve their capacities in terms of reporting and to maintain the reporting system and support it. We believe that there could be further strengthening of the GF with particular inclusion of results linked to that SO. Thus, that would strengthen institutional capacities and professional capacities of states parties, this particularly at national level, to improve monitoring and submission of reports under the Convention. We'd mentioned GEF 7, Umbrella 1. Planning, investment and development plans does require improved capacities. In the same way, drafting financing strategies, national-level financial strategies to achieve each country's targets through processes such as the Land Degradation Neutrality Target Setting Programme 2.0. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Japan. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a first time to speak in here, Japan would like to sincerely express appreciation for the warm hospitality of the people and government of Uzbekistan. Our gratitude also extends to the UNCCD Secretariat and all of the staffs for their coordination and efforts. We regret to note that National Report of Japan SO5 for this period was somehow not included in the report by the global mechanisms. Japan has disbursed $443.3 million for bilateral official development assistance in the field of tackling against desertification between 2016 and 2019, according to the OECD database. Japan would like to request global mechanism to include our figures in their report and also ask for the Secretariat to record our submission in the final report of CREC 21. In light of this matter, we expect the improving of reporting process and efficiency for the future. I thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Peru. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor, and congratulations on your leadership of CRIC thus far. Peru would voice its thanks to the Global Mechanism for having drafted this report under Strategic Objective 5. Mobilizing financial and non-financial resources is a key issue so that countries can move forward in effective implementation of the Convention. We are also grateful for the recommendations to improve monitoring of these resources and the identification of needs and gaps. For Peru, it was particularly complex for us to report on this SO because of the limits of time and resources. So we would once again reiterate our request to pay particular attention to disbursement proceedings through GEF so that the quality of national reports isn't affected. We'd also like to refer to the information available on the Price4 platform on SO5. We found that the projects identified for the country had very low or almost no link to the issue of combating desertification, drought, or land degradation. We recommend to the Global Mechanism that it consider that any information by default in Price4 contain more comprehensive information that includes, inter alia, a description of how it contributes to the country target, sources of information, and contact points. In so doing, countries would be better equipped to assess the information and to complement it with their own national information that they have available. We would echo the recommendation that the Global Mechanism continue to bolster reporting under SO5 by drafting definitions, simple definitions and methodologies, which would facilitate data collection on the available financial resources and the needs. This hand in hand with proper training planning that is timely and better coordinated at national level. We reiterate that there is still a need for additional financial flows to achieve the general goals under the Convention, such as voluntary targets on LDN and implementation of strategies and plans and programs and any other planning instrument that the country may decide to implement in times of drought. Lastly, we'd like to recommend that the Global Mechanism and the Secretariat analyze actions for different bilateral, multilateral and private sector cooperation, taking into account that countries have national focal points under this convention and that there is promotion of work together in development regarding LDN to address drought for better monitoring of financial and non-financial flows. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of European Union. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Chair, distinguished delegates and representatives, the European Union and its 27 member states welcome the preliminary analysis of the UNCCD Secretariat on the implementation of Strategic Objective 5, as well as the support provided by the Secretariat and the Global Mechanism to strengthen parties' reporting capacities and their efforts to improve the reporting system. In this regard, we also welcome the incorporation in the template of the new provisionally adopted indicators and the continued collaboration with partners for data provision. We believe it is crucial to have solid indicators based on robust methodologies, allowing for data comparability across countries. Accordingly, we should assess the added value and suitability of each indicator to provide adequate information for the assessment of Strategic Objective 5 and to inform effective action against DLDD. Regrettably, in this reporting cycle, the bottom-up methodological approach used has not allowed for comparability between reports. Therefore, parties and the Global Mechanism must step up efforts to boost the use of harmonized methodologies. We invite the UNCCD Secretariat to develop such a set of robust methodologies before the start of the next reporting process. We also believe that we should continue fostering coordination between public administrations as well as with other relevant actors in terms of data collection and assessment. As global phenomena, drought, desertification, and land degradation should be addressed through inclusive multilateral cooperation and partnerships between donor and recipient countries. In this vein, the EU would like to call on the Secretariat to continue the ongoing collaboration with other international bodies, such as the OECD, in pursuit of a more systematic and extensive monitoring of financial flows. Similarly, in order to meaningfully enhance the profile of DLDD in official development assistance, we invite the Secretariat to provide guidance and explore opportunities for cooperation with the OECD on further development of the Rio marker on desertification, such as the development of indicative tables and the identification of imputed multilateral shares for desertification. Most projects addressing DLDD are mutually beneficial for other policy objectives, which makes it crucial to boost synergies with other multilateral environmental agreements. Therefore, we encourage the UNCCD Secretariat to explore opportunities for cooperation and funding in other sectors and processes, such as the Biodiversity Finance Initiative of the United Nations Development Programme or the National Biodiversity Finance Plans, which are being updated by countries in line with the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. We invite the Secretariat to provide guidance to parties on how to implement mutually beneficial actions with the help of these instruments. We would also like to emphasize the need to adopt a cross-cutting approach to combating DLDD and take greater account of it when defining the core objectives of projects. In addition, the EU welcomes the fact that 63% of the total number of projects reported addressed gender equality. We encourage greater efforts by all parties to continue integrating gender equality and a gender perspective in future projects and actions. Likewise, the EU firmly supports the Secretariat's recommendations to encourage parties to promote the sharing of knowledge and innovative financing solutions. The EU and its member states underscore the need to ensure the availability of sufficient resources for combating the LDD. In this sense, we underline the importance of making the best possible use of available resources and of monitoring the linkage between allocated resources and their impact in order to maximize effectiveness. We note that international events can trigger additional financing. We recall that following the One Planet Summit in 2021, the donor community pledged significant funding to the Great Green Wall Accelerator. Regarding this initiative, we welcome the release of the independent review of the Great Green Wall Accelerator. We would like to invite the managing entity of the Great Green Wall Accelerator to prepare a management response addressing the conclusions and recommendations of this evaluation. We strongly encourage other initiatives to implement such operating reviews. We believe that the needs assessment that the global mechanism is conducting will be critical to enhance our collective understanding of the scale of resources needed to realize the vision of the Convention and support the development of resource mobilization strategies, including solutions related to green fiscal policies and financial enabling environments. In this regard, the EU and its member states stress that the methodology for the financial needs assessment and the assessment itself should be prepared in a collaborative manner. Therefore, we highlight the importance of taking into account the recommendations gathered from parties and other stakeholders at CRIC 21. Furthermore, we believe it is critical that the results of the assessment be shared with parties in a timely manner to allow them to take them into consideration in the drafting of COP16 decisions, and also so that they may inform the GEF9 replenishment negotiation process from its inception. It is in that spirit that the EU and its member states reaffirm the importance of involving the private sector and civil society in the efforts to mobilize resources and in global action against the LDD. Finally, we would like to express our support for the recommendation of the UNCCD Secretariat to request the Global Environment Facility Implementation Agency to consider including a specific SO5-related output in the GEF7 EA Umbrella 1 project. Chair, distinguished delegates and representatives, thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Pakistan. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for this opportunity. I am taking this floor on behalf of Asia Pacific Group. Madam Chair, the Asia Pacific Group fully aligns itself with the statement made by African Group related to participation of science and technology correspondents in our COPs. Science and technology correspondents are an important part of the process, and we feel that greater inclusion and participation within UNCCD is beneficial for the convention processes. Therefore, our group would also support the request presented by African Group. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Armenia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to take a floor on behalf of Annex 5 countries. I would like to support the statement made by the African Group. In case of availability of financial resources, we suggest the Secretariat allocate them for participation of science and technology correspondents during the entire COP, which will strengthen the decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Mexico. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor once again. I wanted to say that we are quite concerned in Mexico and in the Latin American region more generally at the low level of access to financing, generally in terms of the issues of land degradation, drought, and combating desertification, but particularly for land degradation neutrality projects. We strongly support what Egypt said on behalf of the African group. Namely, we are concerned that there is not sufficient financing for issues of scientific strengthening under the Convention. As you saw yesterday, there was a great deal of talk about sun and dust storms with a special event, and we are very grateful to the presenters who were here, but we would like to have scientists come with a proper scientific background. It would have been good if they had been able to come to really set out the scientific evidence and the strengthening that countries need to have on these issues which are emerging under the Convention, namely drought resilience and resilience to SDS. So we also propose then that the global mechanism, in coordination with the Science and Technology Unit of the Executive Secretary, that it also focus on preparing a program, an umbrella program, to further strengthen these issues, to look at them in more depth, and so that countries can access financing on issues of drought resilience, inter alia, to prepare specific programs and plans to strengthen policies when it comes to drought resilience and sand and dust storms. I'd also like to propose that in terms of strengthening financial resources, the global mechanism could have access to a regional representative who would then support the countries more closely. Perhaps they could appoint a regional representative. We don't have a representative in the global mechanism supporting each of the regions. And I think that is necessary because we're setting these targets and we don't have any support. There's nobody supporting us strongly in each region to help us reach our national targets and, in so doing, comply with our obligations. So, in line with that, I'd also like to propose that on SO5, that this be a permanent item for reporting and that it include a sub-indicator to identify financial needs which are needed to comply with voluntary national LDN targets and also the global goals. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Morocco. You have the floor.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, Morocco has the honor to take the floor on behalf of the Africa Group. We'd like to thank the Secretariat for the work done. We'd also like to thank our host country for the wonderful hospitality. The Africa Group commends the work done by the UNCCD Secretariat and all of the technical and financial partners. Thank you for your efforts to support states parties. And thank you for your support to African states in particular in the context of the fight against land degradation. I must also recall that the financial aspect is absolutely essential for the implementation of the Convention's provisions, and that countries on the African continent have, on several occasions, stated that we need to look very carefully at this financial aspect. And we expect greater mobilization at the regional and national level in order to ensure implementation of the transformative projects. For if these projects are not properly implemented, it will be very difficult to achieve land degradation neutrality by the agreed-upon date, which is drawing close at a great pace. Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, the 21st session of CRIC is happening at a critical juncture marked by the observations drawn from the latest reporting cycle on the strategic objectives and these have revealed that degradation is advancing around the world, 100 million hectares per year. Achieving LDN by 2030 requires us to restore the staggering figure of 1.5 billion hectares of degraded land around the world. Drought is becoming an increasingly frequent problem. The intensity of droughts is also on the rise, as is their scale. This is leading to significant impacts on the socioeconomic level. Therefore, CRIC 21 should serve as a catalyst for building a better future, a future which we will be leaving for younger generations. This can only be done if the necessary financial resources are made available for the programs and initiatives that are launched under the CCD to be implemented, in particular the LDN and drought initiatives. The Africa Group is asking itself the following question, which is a legitimate question. Does our convention really have a financial mechanism? From our point of view, it appears that the financial architecture in its current state is neither in step with the scale of the challenges we face, nor with the urgency of the actions that are required. The global mechanism is but an instrument for mobilizing funds. It functions on the basis of voluntary contributions, but these often are not very predictable in terms of the timeframe or the amounts provided, and that hinders planning and implementation of activities. There is another mechanism that is based on loans, but it is outside from the Secretariat, and that fund clearly won't be able to bring much added value when it comes to mobilizing funds. The Global Environmental Facility and the rationale it follows means that degraded land doesn't tend to get the necessary resources, and the resources allocated by the GEF are not constant. Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen. In light of this observation, the Africa Group wishes to insist on the need to step up mobilization of financial resources for land restoration and for the fight against desertification through the following actions: to develop and implement a true strategy in order to bolster the mobilization of funds, including through the adoption of financial targets and the setting of a deadline and the establishment of an instrument, a financial instrument dedicated to UNCCD. We call for decisions following the COP15 to assess needs and to establish a roundtable with technical and financial partners so as to see how we can best satisfy those needs. Also, we must step up cooperation with the Global Environmental Facility in order to expand the allocation of funds dedicated to land restoration, and focal points must be involved in the governance process of this facility. We must step up and formalize cooperation with the Green Climate Fund. We could do so based on the model we have with the GEF. It's worth recalling that the IPCC models have shown that LDN can contribute to the tune of 30% of the targets set under the Paris Agreement. We must promote the strong involvement of the private sector in order to garner large-scale financing, and we must also encourage the adoption of operationalization measures.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of India. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. Namaste, Honorable Madam Chair, distinguished delegates and representatives. The preliminary analysis provides a comprehensive overview of resources allocated for the convention, identifying emerging trends, institutional matters, fiscal policies, and financing instruments. The emphasis on gender equality in the DLGD program by the traditional donors will further the SDG goal of gender equality. The national reports present a compelling case for the strategic mobilization of domestic and private sector resources, offering detailed insights into institutional strategies, regulatory frameworks, standards, and fostering of public-private partnerships. The incorporation of a progress indicator on technology transfer underscores shared needs among parties, highlighting the pivotal role of innovation and knowledge transfer in crucial sectors such as agriculture, forestry, mining, and water, acknowledging the necessity for substantial additional financial investments to fulfill the Convention's overarching objectives, including voluntary LDN targets and national drought plans. This is pivotal. The proposed needs assessment holds promise in providing invaluable insights into the financing gaps and quantifying the necessary investment volume. This paves the way for well-informed decision-making and strategic planning in the effective implementation of the Convention. India is one of the first countries to commit to the 2030 Sustainable Development Goal target of achieving land degradation neutrality. India has an ambition of restoring 26 million hectares of degraded land by 2030, and so far close to 20 million hectares has already been restored. Several central government schemes, programs have evolved over time to address land degradation in the long term. India's new initiative for scaling up land restoration efforts under Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, having an annual budget of $9 billion, will help in restoring 26 million hectares of degraded land and improve livelihoods, coupled with short-term and long-term benefits to the local communities. Madam Chair, as a party to this session of the CRIC, India supports the outlined recommendations, recognizing their pivotal role in advancing the goal of the Convention. Adjusting the template based on the feedback followed by supplementary assistance through training and improved coordination at the country level will further help in capturing details on financial and non-financial resources to support the implementation of the Convention. The global mechanism is requested to consider this suggestion. The ongoing development of definitions, methodologies, and data options by the GM aligns with the objective of providing country parties with a more comprehensive overview of financial resources devoted to DLGD. Additionally, the encouragement for continued bilateral cooperation, especially on projects addressing gender equality, and the emphasis on strengthening South-South cooperation showcase a dedication to collaborative efforts for effective Convention implementation. Furthermore, the encouragement for knowledge sharing on best practices, lessons learned in technology transfer, and success models of innovative financing solutions enhance the collective capacity for resource mobilization. The call to enhance capacities for effective planning of future resource needs, including financial investments and national-level financing strategies, this is crucial for successful implementation. The request for the GEF implementing agency to consider including a specific output in the designated project further emphasizes the commitment to advancing the Convention's objectives. Overall, these recommendations pave the way for more robust, cooperative, and effective implementation of the Convention. Thank you, Madam Chair, and everyone for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Ecuador. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the Secretariat for the preparation of this report. It is essential to have substantial resources and additional resources for combating desertification and land degradation and drought. Therefore, we must create and strengthen financial mechanisms that are robust and which encompass all strategic aspects under this convention. Such mechanisms should be geared towards the development and implementation of projects, actions, plans, and concrete policies in countries. They must promote comprehensive approaches and sustainable mid-term and short-term goals. Also, we would recommend including in the document continuity and the increase of technical and financial assistance for all countries. This with a view to developing methodologies for data collection which would provide countries with a better overview of the financial resources allocated to the topics addressed by the Convention. We agree with the recommendation 58C regarding the promotion of bilateral cooperation. However, such cooperation should be broadened so as to speed up the mobilization of additional and predictable financial resources. It should also help channel those towards developing countries and promote both bilateral and multilateral cooperation. We believe that we should also include the gender perspective in a separate recommendation, especially when we speak about including intersectionality and interculturality and the gender perspective. It is important for countries to share their success stories in the field of technology transfer and innovative financial models. This will not only help mobilize additional resources and implement development plans, it would also help developing national financial strategies at the national level, and it would encourage countries to build their capacities for effective planning of future needs of resources aimed at targeting desertification. Finally, we would like to urge the relevant institutions and other delegations to go beyond Strategic Objective 5, not just to carry out a diagnosis of financial flows, but also in order to establish a global financing target for this convention and to spell out the specific country-by-country financial needs. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I now give the floor to the representative of United States. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. As we are running late, we will be brief. The United States supports the Africa's Group's call for supporting the participation of STCs throughout both weeks of the COP. We note that as all COP participants' support depends on voluntary contributions, support for participation of STCs would necessarily require a corresponding increase in these contributions. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Venezuela. You have the floor.
Señora Presidenta.
Madam Chair, thank you for giving me the floor. My country recommends asking the global mechanism to continue improving the analysis and calculation methodology for the financial resources and financial flows, so as to support implementation of the Convention in countries' parties on the basis of their needs. Also, they should contribute to pinpointing shortcomings or lacks of resources for implementation and identifying potential sources of international funding. Venezuela supports asking the global mechanism to consider including a specific target under Strategic Objective 5 as regards building institutional and professional capacities within states parties at the national level. This would help to improve follow-up and the development of policies and reports. It is worth increasing financial monitoring, and we are in favor of developing a national comprehensive financial policy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Turkey. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen. The report conducted for the UNCCD 2018-2040 Strategic Framework Midterm Evaluation effectively examine the present condition analysis and provide insightful future projections. It's widely acknowledged that available evidence supports a clear understanding of the situation. The writers of the report are deserving of our congratulations. The report effectively demonstrates the level of awareness among countries with respect to three environment sister conventions. Insufficient amounts of awareness about the UNCCD is not a notable observation. We believe that it's important for countries to have determined focal points to help get the word out about the UNCCD. We see this as the only realistic hope for bringing about positive change. Turkey, since ratification of the conventions, holds a significant position in the operation of the UNCCD. Turkey intends to sustain the positive progress it has been achieving through the implementation of forthcoming initiatives. To conclude, as Turkey, we consider the robust connection between the country focal points of the Rio Conventions to be an essential element. Turkey placed significant emphasis on improving the connection among the three focal points outlined in the Rio Conventions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Nigeria. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank the Secretariat for preparing this report. Many African countries are committed to achieving land degradation neutrality by 2030 through the voluntary target setting program, but funding would constitute a challenge to achieving their targets. Nigeria has established the Ecological Fund and the Nature Conservation Fund to address issues of land degradation, desertification, and drought. However, available funds through this funding window is nothing compared with the magnitude of these challenges. In agreement with the Africans' position, it is critical that we make significant progress on the critical issue of establishing a financial instrument dedicated to the UNCCD. I thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Togo. You have the floor.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As this is the first time that I'm taking the floor, allow me to express my country's heartfelt gratitude to the government and people of Uzbekistan for their wonderfully warm welcome and for their very careful hospitality and all the help that has been provided to us since we arrived here in this beautiful city of Samarkand, a world capital of culture and tourism. I'd also like to express my fullest gratitude to the Secretariat of the UNCCD for giving us this opportunity at the CRIC to look at efforts made to combat these phenomena, which are comparable to epidemics. Of course, I'm talking about desertification, drought, and sand and dust storms. Thank you for the various reports. Madam Chair, distinguished participants, through all these reports, we have seen that, unfortunately, these problems have taken on a global scale and are posing a major threat to humankind, biodiversity, and ecosystems. Every year, we lose more than 100 million hectares of land, not because nothing is being done, but simply because what is being done falls very short. The means available are not sufficient. Togo is a small country, but we have a great deal of land degradation. More than 3 million hectares of forest-covered land and other land have been degraded. In order to tackle this situation, Togo has introduced a number of reforms in recent years. We have also been strengthening our legal and policy and strategic frameworks. In 2018, my country developed its national plan on drought and set its land degradation neutrality targets. We have also developed an action plan for combating desertification, and we have adopted a forest policy, the purpose of which is to increase the forest cover to 26% by 2030. In order to achieve the goals that we have set ourselves, Togo is committed to restoring 1.4 million hectares of forest land and degraded land by 2030. This is done in the framework of the African Initiative to Restore Forest Land. To this end, my country has embarked upon an intensive reforestation program involving 1 billion seedlings. But sadly, all these measures are but a drop in the ocean in light of the targets we must achieve. Togo has good policies, good strategies, and good programs and plans for restoring our forest land and degraded land and for combating desertification. But we cannot mobilize sufficient resources in order to actually implement all these good plans. That's why Togo fully agrees with what was said by the Africa Group in Egypt and Morocco's statements, and we fully agree with the various proposals aimed at improving the financial mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Australia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Australia welcomes the paper on Strategic Objective 5, and thank you very much for noting Australia's contribution from the period of 2016 to 2019 of $515.8 million to help implement the convention. We also noted the intervention from the delegate from Egypt and the Africa Group. We do consider there's merit in providing support for the science and technology correspondents of the LDCs to attend the entirety of the COP16, provided there's sufficient voluntary contributions to enable this. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to the representative of Arab Organization for Agricultural Development. You have the floor.
In the name of God, the merciful and the compassionate, thank you for giving me the floor, Madam Chair. The discussions of Strategic Objective 5 regarding the mobilization of financial and non-financial resources is an opportunity for us to express our views on the implementation of the Convention's objectives. Regarding the Arab region, our countries have been striving to implement this objective. The funds that have been earmarked in each Arab state for LDN are such as to be considered very significant. Moreover, we have provided financial assistance to other countries, and the Gulf Cooperation Council states, in the framework of their bilateral relations, provide financial assistance to countries in need of it. This is done in order to try and help them improve land restoration and achieve land degradation neutrality. I would like to thank His Majesty Mohammed bin Salman, who launched the Green Saudi Arabia project and many other significant projects. I'd also like to mention the 2020 land management program adopted by Arab states. And all this was also done with a view to helping countries in need of help. Measures are taken to try and achieve land degradation neutrality in many states, not just in the Arab region, but around the world. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give now the floor to Mrs. Marisa Young from non-governmental organization Fundación Agreste, Argentina, to speak on behalf of civil society organizations. You have the floor.
Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished delegates, I am Marisa Yan, and I represent an agroforestry organization of Argentina. Thank you for giving me the floor, and thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of CSOs accredited to the Convention. We'd like to speak on Strategic Objective 5. Equal access to financial and non-financial resources, which must be flexible and appropriate, is crucial for civil society organizations as they help support communities in their efforts to contribute to achieving land degradation neutrality targets and the Sustainable Development Goals. We are concerned by the lack of contribution to the reports on Strategic Objective 5 by several donor organizations or parties. There is a lack of clarity about the allocation of funds. It is not clear whether funds are allocated for field work, for institutional support, or other purposes. Therefore, there should be indicators included in the reports to clarify this. We call for a preliminary overview of the financial resources available for the fight against land degradation, desertification, and drought, as well as information about the public-private partnerships, mixed funding, green bonds, and debt for nature swaps. This would help encourage cooperation and environmental safeguards. Also, it would help us better preserve natural habitats. We call on the parties to ensure active participation of and support the rights of indigenous communities, local communities, women, young people, and civil society in any financial mechanism for addressing land degradation. In order to ensure a sustainable future, all parties should invest more from their national budgets into land restoration and efforts to curb land degradation. This involves doing away with certain incentives and subsidies for fossil fuels and other resources which have a negative impact on land. And we need to ensure that land management occurs in a sustainable and inclusive fashion. In order to achieve the national LDN targets and the SDG targets, it is essential to include actions by local communities on land restoration and to help share knowledge through exchanges of knowledge with other local communities, civil society representatives, researchers, and policy decision makers. We need to ensure accessible financial mechanisms, including under smaller conventions, which take into account the needs of people on the ground and the needs presented by people supporting local communities. We must ensure that there is sufficient finance available for local land degradation neutrality actions and that the wherewithal is provided for local organizations to meet all their financial and human resources needs. We hope that this will be included in the CRIC 21 report and will be reflected in the decisions taken by the COP16. Thank you.
I thank you all for your statements and interventions. I now invite the Managing Director of a Global Mechanism to address some of the questions raised. Mrs. Baker, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will attempt to give a few responses to some of the issues that we've heard today. I'm going to leave some of the technical responses to my colleagues Manaza and Pablo, who may be able to give more detailed answers than I'm going to be able to give on the reporting itself. First of all, I want to acknowledge the intervention by Egypt on behalf of the African Group and many others. We've obviously taken note of that, and we'll take that forward. On Japan, again, to acknowledge the intervention of Japan, that's indeed regrettable, but we take note of that. From Mexico, actually, I'm going to go to the EU next. Understood that the methodology is more of a bottom-up methodology, and the need to kind of meet in the middle in terms of a harmonized methodology so that it works for sort of everybody. I think we're in a learning curve on this, and it can be further refined for future editions of this, and well understood. Your point on the Great Green Wall Accelerator, I think it's a strong one. We did do the evaluation, but we're only hosting the Great Green Wall Accelerator within the global mechanism at this time. And actually, there's a meeting of ministers for the Great Green Wall in Nigeria next week, where then this will come under discussion. So we expect more progress on that issue coming forward. Coming back to the interventions from, I think it was Mexico, who was talking about the need to develop an intervention around sand and dust storms and a kind of a more programmatic approach to drought and sand and dust storm intervention. It actually it opens up quite an interesting point of discussion for us, that we fully recognize that access to financing is very, very difficult. It's slow, and it isn't meeting the needs of all of the parties. We've attempted in the work that we've been doing to evolve that and move more to multi-sector programs that allow, and projects that allow us to access different types of financing. So land and forestry, or land and agriculture, or land and water, put those sectors together and develop multi-sector, increasingly multi-country programs that enable us to support more than one country at one time, and large-scale restoration or sustainable land management projects. Really, I think what we're trying to do at this current point, and with support from actually from Germany, from Korea, and from Canada, helping to develop a pipeline of really bankable projects, help parties get the financing through the financial mechanisms quicker than it's currently going, and really trying to be innovative and creative, working with partners and not just relying on either the capacities of the GM or bringing in individual consultants. So we've got a real group of partners working with us now who are working on this innovative pipeline. It takes time, and the access to financing doesn't improve overnight. We hope that it will going forward. I did want to touch on the intervention from Morocco as well, around the strategy, the needs assessment, GCF replenishment, and the private sector. As you may be aware, we were asked to undertake a needs assessment and develop a resource mobilization strategy for consideration at COP. You, I hope, have received via your regional liaison officers a methodology paper. If you haven't, we'll make sure that you get that, which is the draft of the methodological framework that we are going to hope to run before COP, so that we can give you a good understanding of needs. From what you've reported so far, we'll be able to identify available resources, and then the combination of those things will allow us to identify the financing gaps as we currently understand them. That methodology will be a global assessment, but there will be a kind of an attempt to make it so that we can run the methodology at national level as well, to start the process of developing national financing strategies. We will come with a resource mobilization strategy as well. It will be fairly, it perhaps won't be as granular as we would like it to be by COP, but it will hopefully take us in the right direction. You are correct that
that kind of information really does help make the case for investment in this land sector in the global financing mechanisms, and the process of GEF9 replenishment will start very soon after our COP finishes in December next year. So depending on the results of the financing assessment, we should be able to take that forward. I actually think I will stop there because I'd like to hand that over now to my colleagues Manaza and Pablo to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Louise and Madam Chair. So I would like to touch upon the points raised by EU on improving the data acquisition from OECD and also coordinate with other global organizations. So I would just like to mention that we have been working with OECD, and the data, the default data that we use is derived from their data, which is desertification marked, Rio marked. So, but we will continue working with them to enhance the methodology and to improve it further. And also on the improvement of the methodological guidance, this is the first time that we have we introduced the new reporting framework, new reporting templates. So based on the valuable guidance that we receive from this forum, we will continue to improve it further. I would also like to refer to the point raised by the representative of Ecuador in the previous session on the establishment of financial needs. So in this context, I would like to mention that one of the provisional indicators that we introduced was in this new reporting template, in the reporting format, was on the future needs, and we received some very valuable information on that, and we will also use that input in the needs assessment exercise or need assessment that my colleague has just mentioned. On the globalized data mentioned by our representative from the CSO, I would also like to mention that the data that we have received, that we are using, is a compilation of the project level activities, and if we go deep into this data, that basically takes us to the kind of interventions that are being implemented on ground related to DLDD, related to the convention. Many other interventions were on the improvement of reporting templates. So we will be working on that further based on the intervention, based on the suggestions from this forum, and also we will be working on the capacity building needs as mentioned by the countries here, and also on the financing targets. In this context, the need assessment that is being carried out, that will be helpful in addition to the information that we have received from the reporting itself. In terms of coordination between the different Rio conventions, sister Rio conventions, and receiving the information related to this SO, we welcome your endorsement of the recommendation of inclusion of SO5 input in the umbrella, and we hope that will improve, that will help greatly in the country level coordination. Also, we take note of the mention of, if it is not mentioned by Louise, I would like to just mention that we take note of the intervention from Africa Group and some others on the participation of STC, so Science and Technology Correspondent in the COP, and that's, I think, I would just like to end, and I would like to, hand it over to my colleague if I have missed something. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. From my side, I'd like to add a few points regarding the needs assessment. In order to get the feedback from parties, I'd like to mention that the methodology document is available online for your review and your comments. We had also a site event where we collected the view from different parties, and we will continue doing so in order to integrate as many views as possible on this assignment. Regarding the indicators, I'd like to mention that we have done considerable progress in terms of measuring domestic resources. In the previous reporting, price 3, this was only qualitative information. Now we collected data for 43 countries, at least, that reported quantitative information on domestic resources. There is considerable work to do, and we will continue incorporating the views and the comments that we received through the documents. Particularly, I'd like to elaborate on the point of Mexico to add sub-indicators on the resource needs linked to LDN or drought. I think this is a very interesting proposal that can be linked also to the needs assessment. I think this is from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. From our side, that's it. That's in our intervention. Thank you.
I thank the Global Mechanism for the clarifications made. Distinguished delegates, we have thus concluded the general discussions on Agenda Item 3, Financial Flows, Strategic Objective 5. Further discussions will convene in the Greek Contact Group. Distinguished delegates, in line with the adopted schedule of work for the session, this meeting will now be adjourned as to enable parties to attend the participatory consultations on the conclusions and recommendations of the independent assessment undertaken as part of the midterm evaluation of the UNCCD 2018-2030 strategic framework. One of the co-chairs of the Intergovernmental Working Group on midterm evaluation of the UNCCD 2018-2030 strategic framework, Mr. Daniel Van Asche, will moderate this session. The session will start immediately after the adjournment of the Greek in this plenary hall. We will reconvene in the Greek plenary tomorrow, 17 November, for the adoption of the report of the session. Please check the screens in the conference center and the UNCCD app for the timing of the last plenary meeting. This meeting is adjourned.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it is my great pleasure to moderate these participatory consultations that will contribute to the midterm evaluation of the UNCCD 2018-2030 strategic framework. As you know, COP15 launched the midterm evaluation process with a view to considering the resulting findings and recommendations at COP16 in December 2024. Let me quote the terms of reference of the midterm evaluation as contained in Annex 1 to Decision 7/COP15. I quote, "The purpose of the midterm evaluation is to assess the progress made in implementing the UNCCD 2018-2030 strategic framework and achieving its 5 strategic objectives. It will determine whether the strategic framework is working as intended, whether its implementation is meeting the stated aims, and whether, how, it is contributing to broader global priorities of sustainable development. The evaluation will inform parties and other key stakeholders about the successes and challenges in the implementation and, through a participatory process, result in recommendations to further improve performance for the remaining period of the UNCCD 2018-2030 strategic framework, unquote. In short, the aim of this midterm evaluation process is to have at COP16 available information that help us to enhance the implementation of the Convention and its strategic framework in the period before 2030. The COP15 decision also defined the main components of the midterm evaluation process. They are, first, the Intergovernmental Working Group consisting of 15 members nominated by the regions and 7 observers. Second, an independent assessment prepared by external experts and managed by the Secretariat. This assessment provides the factual information for the midterm evaluation. Third, participatory consultations that we are having at this very moment. And fourth, a report to COP16 to be prepared by the Intergovernmental Working Group. I have the honor to co-chair the Intergovernmental Working Group. The working group met for the first time in February this year. This meeting focused on guiding the preparation of the independent assessment and planning and organizing the group work. After that, the group has met twice online in July and in October, and the next in-person meeting will take place immediately after this week. In the meantime, the external consultants have worked on the independent assessment. This assessment was completed at the beginning of November and made available on the UNCCD website. This takes us to these participatory consultations. On Saturday, the Intergovernmental Working Group starts to consider in detail the findings and proposals contained in the independent assessment as a factual basis for its report to COP16. Before that, all CRIC participants have an opportunity to voice their ideas and proposals concerning the midterm evaluation in general and the main points of the independent assessment, more specifically through these participatory consultations. All statements made during these participatory consultations will be carefully compiled by the Secretariat and provided for the consideration of the Intergovernmental Working Group as it starts its meeting on Saturday. Thus, this afternoon provides an opportunity for all of us to provide ideas to the content of the upcoming report to COP16 and the consequent COP decision, to bring up the suggestion for improvements that we want to be further addressed in the remaining period of the strategic framework. I would like to mention that although these consultations are included in the CRIC program of work, they are not, formally speaking, part of the CRIC agenda. Therefore, the upcoming CRIC report will have only a brief procedural text about the consultations. Let me now say a few words on how we will organize our work. These consultations are structured around the conclusions and recommendations of the independent assessment, which is divided into 5 focus areas. They are, number 1, political and financial commitments. Number 2, action at larger scale on the ground. Number 3, linkages between the 3 Rio Conventions. Number 4, science policy update. And number 5, monitoring and reporting. The lead consultant, Mr. Ansgar Oesner, who is seated on my right, will soon give us a brief presentation on each focus area, including information on the related recommendation that his team has proposed. We will go through the focus area one by one and the floor will be open after each one of any feedback that you may have. For any feedback that you may have. Before that, however, I would like to hear if you have any general comments concerning this independent assessment, the midterm evaluation, or the next steps to be taken in the UNCCD process in the coming years. So, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, I now open the floor for general statements and comments. Just to let you know that we will work this afternoon until 6 o'clock, and our work will continue tomorrow morning if we don't have sufficient time. I now open the floor for general comments. So, I would like to give the floor to the representative of Ecuador. You have the floor.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ecuador has the honour of delivering this statement on behalf of GRULAC. GRULAC's member states commend you on the conduct of this session of CRIC 21. We welcome this space for consultation, for suggestions, and for the possibility to share information on matters of interest. Following the mandate received from the parties at COP15 through Decision 7/COP15, we have begun our midterm evaluation of our strategic framework 2018-2030 and its 5 strategic objectives. This, when COP16 is held, will show us how much progress has been achieved thus far and what challenges were encountered in implementation. It will allow us to make adjustments and improvements for better achieving national reports. Aware of the work done in the IWG MTE, we'd like to thank the parties represented within the group, as well as international organizations and civil society organizations, as well as we'd like to thank the Secretariat for its support and the global mechanism, and we thank all the external evaluators who submitted recommendations. As a region, GRULAC would like to highlight the following. Recognizing that this convention is a key tool for global advocacy, for policy making, and for cooperation on land and drought issues, as well as on sand and dust storms and their impacts on our region, and also recognizing the role played by LDN in the implementation of this strategic framework, and bearing in mind that Objective 15.3 is a powerful catalyst for other SDGs, such as SDGs 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 11, 12, and 13, we see that there is still a lack of resources. We need greater resources in order to generate transformative LDN projects and achieve new results. We also recognize that there is too little political and media attention given to these issues and too weak scientific participation. Expanding the scale of fieldwork is a key recommendation for improving the UNCCD. Extending our focus to LDN monitoring and to related issues such as agriculture, infrastructure, and urbanization is also important. Therefore, as a region, we believe that drought mitigation, along with sustainable land management, should also stay at the heart of our attention. Our countries would like to see an active implementation effort at the regional level. This should be done with sufficient resources so as to channel both scientific and technical initiatives such as the information networks, and our experts could contribute to that. It is also important to simplify the science policy messages and tools if these are to be used efficiently for advocacy and communication with policymakers. This is true for the national level, for informing various ministries and departments and institutions, and thus promote actions across all sectors at the national and local levels. Regarding the reporting process, we do take note of the idea of a general target or targets being clear and direct, which would reflect the work and progress achieved under this convention. Finally, in light of future evaluation processes of the strategic framework, we should think of improving and complementing the monitoring process by giving more attention to data which can be compiled and verified by regional and national institutions. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I would like now to give the floor to the representative of the European Union.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, distinguished delegates and representatives, the EU and its 27 member states welcome the work carried out by the Intergovernmental Working Group on the midterm evaluation and congratulate the independent evaluators on their efforts to provide a broad and detailed assessment of the UNCCD 2018-2030 strategic framework. Likewise, we appreciate the efforts made by the UNCCD Secretariat to summarize the independent report in a succinct conference room paper. We believe that the findings contained in the midterm evaluation independent assessment report are extremely valuable, as they highlight the main challenges we need to address in the years to come. In this regard, the EU and its 27 member states appreciate the fact that the report spotlights the main weaknesses of the UNCCD, some of which go back decades. We hope that this information and the knowledge and experience acquired over the years will enable us to find globally beneficial solutions. The EU and its member states consider that having these participatory consultations at CRIC 21 is particularly pertinent, as the CRIC is the body in charge of reviewing the implementation of the Convention. Bearing in mind the scale of some of the challenges identified in the independent assessment, we hope that the exchanges that will take place in the session will contribute to a deep and careful reflection on the best ways to address them. As underlined in the independent assessment report, we consider that gender responsiveness should have a prominent place in the midterm evaluation. We regret that the conference room paper does not have a stronger focus on gender responsiveness, as well as the fact that we will not have an opportunity to discuss in person the findings of the independent evaluation of the UNCCD Gender Action Plan. We strongly encourage the Secretariat to make this evaluation accessible as soon as possible. Finally, we believe that the recommendations proposed in the report should be analyzed in light of their implications, including their potential financial impact. As stated in the conference room paper, some proposals will require more effort and time than others, making it hard to implement them in the short term. Accordingly, we welcome the suggestion made in the conference room paper to consider some of those proposals as possible milestones for the post-2030 UNCCD agenda. Chair, distinguished delegates and representatives, thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your statement. I would like now to give the floor to the representative from Hungary. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, esteemed delegates, representatives, and participants. I deliver my statements on behalf of the Annex IV Northern Mediterranean region. The Annex IV Northern Mediterranean region appreciates the comprehensive findings and recommendations highlighted in the independent assessment report, providing an insightful perspective on the UNCCD's progress and areas for improvement, namely in combating land degradation and striving to achieve land degradation neutrality, as foreseen in the 2018-30 strategic framework. The assessment allows the significant strides made towards implementing the strategic framework and ongoing efforts to achieve RDN, considering also its crucial contribution to reach a number of SDGs Furthermore, we acknowledge the Convention's role as a key global advocate and policymaker concerning drought, a crucial aspect, as drought events, as one of the most relevant effects of climate change, will intensify and expand globally. However, we echo the assessment recognition of the critical areas demanding further attention for sustained success. Notably, the challenge lies in securing robust political and financial commitments necessary for the UNCCD's efficacy and reach, as well as its global recognition as the main relevant global forum for land issues. The assessment reveals the need for heightened political visibility and financial resources for the UNCCD and its strategic framework, underscoring the importance of establishing global targets to raise awareness and enhancing political commitment for improved influence on national budgetary processes and gaining attention. In line with these findings, our region emphasizes the needs and supports the UNCCD as global reference for land health. In this sense, the establishment of global targets and proactive communication are imperative steps for driving engagement and securing appropriate budgets to fulfill funding needs. Thus, Annex 4 supports the possibility to discuss and adopt explicit quantitative global targets on restoration, as well as the sustainable land management, fostering the achievement of land degradation neutrality target and enhancing political engagement. Efforts to foster action on the ground are crucial. Understanding that land degradation extends beyond environmental concerns, our region advocates for the incorporation of economic aspects and tailored information to promote sustainable land management. We support the creation of a restoration industry, highlighting the need to maintain the focus on the use of nature-based solutions and principles of sustainable land management and the use of good practices. We call for a more seamless link between UNCCD concepts and practical on-ground activities, recognizing the importance of boosting synergies between land restoration, climate change, and biodiversity protection, and acknowledging the difficulties of coordination even at national level. We emphasize the need for stronger coordination and cooperation between the Rio Conventions, which would assist country parties in joint actions and emphasizing their common objectives. Collaboration and shared information across conventions are vital for holistic implementation, including through reporting tools and methods harmonization, as well as encouraging cross-sectoral actions. In this regard, we support the idea of a shared repository serving all conventions. Enhancing the clarity and reach of science policy messages is critical for a stronger implementation of the Convention and for effective decision-making processes based on science and knowledge. It is necessary that both the Secretariat and country parties work together to improve science policy communication tools and methods, reinforce the visibility of the SPI's work, and boost the science community participation in the UNCCD. We are convinced of the need for more robust monitoring tools beyond biophysical data. We strongly support the inclusion of economic and social dimensions in the reporting system, updating the related indicators, aiming to establish more explicit causal linkages between UNCCD's work and observed progress. We call for efforts to improve the consistency and alignment between indicators and the monitoring of the LDD on the ground. In conclusion, the Annex 4 Northern Mediterranean region stands committed to strengthening the implementation of the UNCCD's strategic framework. We appreciate the recommendations highlighted in the assessment for driving meaningful changes and advocating the cause of sustainable land management, and we pledge to take them fully into account. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I would like now to give the floor to the representative of Pakistan.
First of all, I must say thank you very much, moderator, to giving me this opportunity to express on behalf of Asia Pacific region. We wish to extend our appreciation and gratitude to the Secretariat, the Intergovernmental Working Group and other experts who have contributed for this review and to evaluate the effectiveness of the convention and the current strategy. It is evident from the report, as we have discussed during our Asia Pacific regional meeting, that it is not a small step, rather it is a work that should be commended, that is undertaken in relatively shorter period of time. We have heard across various sessions and during various agenda items that despite our collective efforts and achievements, of course, there are still many areas that require enhanced attention and focus of all the people who are involved in UNCCD processes, and if we have to achieve our ambitious and interrelated global goals. We understood, and our colleagues also expressed a few moments ago, that enhanced visibility, global awareness of the convention at all the levels, mobilizing resources and for implementation of the convention, then effective reporting against measurable indicators, exploring options for budgetary support to the Secretariat, and these are the points which we all, invariably this forum has experienced and we have noted. Special consideration needs to be given to the drought in implementation of the current strategy and development of the post-2030 strategy. My other colleagues also have invariably expressed similar reflections, and we have also shared many of the challenges during the previous sessions while we were making the regional statements. Considering that our broader strategic framework is fit to serve its purpose, however, the results of this present report will help us to further fine-tune our efforts, fine-tune our strategy, and reorient ourselves towards the right direction. The result of this independent review of UNCCD strategic framework have given us much to consider, and we look forward for continued engagement and update in this regard. I thank you very much for the attention and attention of experts and colleagues. Thank you very much.
I thank you for your statement. I would like now to give the floor to the representative of Uganda.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since I'm taking the floor for the first time, I wish to express the Uganda delegation appreciation to the government and the people of Uzbekistan for the excellent hospitality accorded to us, and also thank the Secretariat for the hard work in organizing CRIC 21. I'm making this statement on behalf of the African Group. The African Group welcomes the report of the independent consultants and thanks the IWG and the Secretariat for overseeing this work. The Africa Group takes note of the elements and recommendations raised in this report with the belief that these are very important and should be addressed. I just want to say that the assessment, Mr. Chair, highlight that although the UNCCD and its strategic framework are generally seen as relevant. The actions taken by countries tend to be guided by other frameworks considered suitable to their situations or considered politically more important. Mr. Chair, we are concerned with this mindset by many countries, which is largely responsible for the diminishing status of the UNCCD as observed in the report. The African Group equally notes with concern the observation that over 10 years of lack of growth in the core budget with a zero nominal growth has led to reduction in the purchasing power of the UNCCD, which in turn has affected Secretariat staff numbers, reduced programs, and the interactive space of parties, as well as the dwindling partnerships and media coverage. Mr. Chair, the African Group agrees with the report that due to these challenges, the UNCCD does not influence many national budgetary processes, and in general, it has less political and media attention and weak scientific policy influence. Furthermore, Mr. Chair, a case in point for this elaboration is the example of the Earth Negotiation Bulletin and many other medias that always covered the UNCCD proceedings, including the CRIC. They now consider the UNCCD to be of less influence to cover. Mr. Chair, the UNCCD requires a new impetus to renew political commitment of parties and rekindle visibility of the Convention by providing a new focus more strongly to address, in this case, drought, which is a matter of current and real threat worldwide. The UNCCD should use the process of establishing a holistic, integrated, and legally binding drought policy instrument as a rallying point for parties to effectively mobilize political will, deepen guidance on policy programs, science, and technical support to countries, facilitate mobilization of actors, partnerships, and resources at all levels, including global level, regional, national, and subnational level. Secondly, Mr. Chair, the UNCCD should put up a strong case for the value of financing LDN, SLM, and drought under its own mandate, as opposed to the indirect and very limited financing of UNCCD exclusively for activities where synergies with the mandate activities of the sister Rio Convention can be realized. Furthermore, increase in the resource allocation to UNCCD activities and projects by GEF and other relevant financial mechanisms should be prioritized in the UNCCD COP decisions. The recent adoption of G20 Global Land Initiative and other initiatives should be mobilized effectively to support UNCCD. Mr. Chair, the issue relating to the broad substantive scope, the Africa Group agrees with the report that the science policy interface should be better aligned to the agenda and priorities of the CRIC and the COP. This is the only way science and policy can have a common agenda contributing solutions to the same challenge. Africa agrees with the recommendation to engage more with the regional scientific networks and other expert partners at regional and national level. However, we believe that such engagement should not be limited to supporting data collection for the national reports, but should also support development of transformative projects and the exchange of lessons and experiences in their implementation. Finally, Mr. Chair, we take note of the observation in the report highlighting that measures taken to protect and restore land and soils by non-affected parties are not considered in the convention process, and yet they could significantly enrich the substantive basis and deepen political commitment and cooperation worldwide. Mr. Chair, in this regard, it is our view from the African Group that non-affected parties could also provide voluntary reports on strategic objectives 1, 2, 3, and 4 indicators, which will enable a complete global assessment and also, at the same time, provide lessons and best practices to affected country parties. Finally, Mr. Chair, we look forward to a final report of the midterm evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I've now still on my list Algeria, Venezuela, and a representative of the civil society on my list of speakers. I would like to know if there is someone else who would like to make a general statement at this stage. If it is the case, please raise your flag. It's just to make sure that we can close the list before the interpreters leave the room. I will give the floor to the representative of Algeria. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Merci. Merci.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to align myself with the Africa Group to say that the fight against desertification is not limited to a region, but has become a... This is missed from the interpreters. There are 2 microphones open. Every year, vegetation and land cover and ecosystems are affected by all forms of degradation, in particular recurring forest fires, for instance. And we see that these issues for combating desertification do not garner the sufficient uptake among donors. So it's a global issue, but it doesn't get enough support from international funds. Huge efforts are made by public authorities. We're talking about very significant sums, but these are not reflected in global reports. And this has to do with the canvassing and the fact that these don't reflect the realities on the ground. We need to... Well, it's true that praise has brought a lot of data, but that data doesn't always reflect the situation on the ground. We say that 100 billion hectares have been degraded. That means that nothing has been done over the last 30 years. So it's alarming, yes, but that means there has to be more synergies between existing data sets and UNEP, which includes all data on land cover, land use conversion, and other data which can inform on land degradation and the fight against desertification. And then there's the data set on biodiversity, which looks at changes in biodiversity, so loss of species, extinctions. Those also can be evidence of land degradation. So we're not just talking about advancing sands or desertification in specific areas. Rather, we're talking about global phenomena which warrant more attention, and in particular more attention from high-level politicians. And I mean it high-level because we see strategies and programs at country level which differ depending on the degree of awareness at the government level. Thank you.
Thank you for your intervention. I would like now to give the floor to the representative of Venezuela.
Thank you, Chairman. Venezuela believes that the Secretariat to the Convention should support advocacy work at all levels of implementation of the strategic framework. This would contribute to ensuring proper implementation of the 3 Rio Conventions. We also believe it is worth taking into account the experience of national reporting and the influence of the scientific community in order to try and strengthen government's commitment to include networks of experts and scientists at the local and regional levels. The technical assistance projects and knowledge and the analysis of data on land degradation, as well as land degradation neutrality and droughts, is also essential. I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I would like now to give the floor to a representative of the civil society. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and every distinguished delegates who are present here. I am Dr. Dharmender, representing NGO Gram Bharati Samiti in India. At COP13, we expressed our disappointment at the absence of explicit mention of CSOs in the 2018-2030 strategic framework. However, this has not diminished our determination to promote and contribute to the implementation of the convention. And today, finally, we thank the Secretariat and parties to the convention for supporting CSOs in implementing actions on the ground as well as in policy dialogue at national and international levels. Likewise, we thank the Secretariat, the members of the Intergovernmental Working Group, and the team of advisors for fully integrating the CSOs accredited to the convention in the midterm review process of the UNCCD 2018-2030 strategic framework. We call on civil society observers to continue their active involvement in the Intergovernmental Working Group so that the views of civil society organizations are reflected in the report to be presented at COP16. In a dedicated chapter, the report explicitly recognizes the role played by civil society organizations within the convention, but both as a voice to be heard in the decision-making process and as an implementing partner on the ground. The report rightly states that closer cooperation with CSOs on the ground could be particularly useful for the Secretariat and the global mechanism, which could effectively facilitate coordination and information exchange among the different stakeholders involved. However, the CSOs are extremely concerned about the negative biophysical trends showing dramatic increases in both land degradation and a widespread and severe drought. We therefore invite parties to implement projects to advance land restoration and to commit to active land stewardship globally through broad-based partnerships. We believe that in doing so, the Convention will contribute positively to the planetary boundaries framework that is fundamental to maintaining a global safe operating space for humanity. We call on parties to include our recommendations in the CRIC 21 report and to incorporate these key elements in the decisions to be taken at COP16. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I want to tell you that we have taken note of all of our statements, but in order to make sure that the work of the IWG or midterm evaluation can be complete, I would like to kindly ask you, if you have not done yet, to communicate your statement to the Secretariat. It can be done via the Secretariat's regional officer supporting your country. So we are now completing the work this afternoon. We will meet here tomorrow morning, starting at 10, in order to go through the 5 focus areas. I would like to invite you to consult the info screen and also the daily journal for further information. So thank you again for your participation this afternoon, and we meet tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Thank you.